There we go. Excuse me. How's everybody doing today? Okay. Sorry about that. We turned the music down a bit. There we go. Alright, guys. Welcome back. Last week we finished up our first playthrough of Dragon Age the Veilguard. This week we will be playing all Football Manager, because honestly I want to see what's next for us here at the in the universe we're in. I want to see how long this team can stay together. See how long Wolves' dominance in the Premier League continues. So yes, we are here. We are ready to keep going. I also watched Arcane Season 2 last night. That was very good. Okay, does this leave us in any particular differently position? No, we're still 10 points ahead of Arsenal, and we have a game in hand. So we could be as much as 16 points ahead with 8 games left. 8-3's our 24. So there's 24 points still left on the table for Arsenal. So we haven't won the league yet. We also can't hit Centennial, so we can't get 100 points, I don't think. No, we could finish at a maximum of 97. I believe. So we are actually one win off of it, which does kind of suck, but it could be worse. Truan's back from his injury from his sports hernia, which is good. Though to give Mark Travers credit, he's played really well in net for the games he's been in. He's won all of them, which is good. Holy shit, my phone's going off like crazy. Hang on. Oh, I know what it is. Right. Yeah, it was what I expected. Cool. Atletico Madrid. Let's check our previous results, because I think this is our second leg against them. Goals-wise, Anto scored 10. There's 7 there for Sheikh Van de Ven. 8 for Kalechi Oyuya. Assist-wise, it's Felix Ander with 9. And then Kalechi and Czech. Philip Koft is improving. Excuse me. Given he's been here for a while. Richard Jenkins playing a good game again for them. Trubin is technically fit and ready to go, so we're going to put him on over Mark Travers, even though Mark Travers has played really well for us. And then we can check our schedule here. Yeah, we beat them 5-0 in the first leg away. So we have an opportunity here to just see this one out. Have it be nice and simple. Don't lose by 5 goals. Or 6 goals. That's essentially the argument here. As long as we don't lose by 6 goals, we will probably go through. If we lose by 5, we go to a penalty shootout. So this game is decidedly more of a fitness check more than anything else, basically. Elsewhere, Galatasaray is beating Napoli, Bayern is beating Newcastle, and Real Madrid is beating Real San Sebastian. So we are the only English team, well, the only English team who are ahead in this competition right now. So we will check it out. We'll bring on Nathan, who's fully fit now. We will put Mark Travers on the bench. I don't like the idea of putting a recently recovered keeper in net and not having a keeper on the bench. He is full fitness. He's passed his fitness test. Excuse me, though, he remains some way short of full fitness and should be monitored accordingly. So if we go into a situation here where he gets injured early on, I want to be able to bring on Travers, because Travers, at the very least, he can still play. Sorry, 1 second. Cool. Collins leading the way again. Goes to Wirtz, who's tackled by Orkan, but Ferguson has it. He goes back to his teammate and Collins, up to Rooney out wide. Rooney finds Moreira, cross post, takes down, good touch. Alfonso Moreira buries it in the first minutes of this match, in the first 30 seconds of this match. Alfonso Moreira has absolutely swept away Atletico Madrid. But a great pass from Rooney Bargnani, finds his teammate, dinks it in. Even if that had been saved by All Black, it looks like Ferguson was hovering right there for the deflection. All Black makes a big save on Ferguson. Moreira. Ooh, Wimmer makes a big tackle. Turns and passes it back. End of the highlight. Corner kick from Florian. Finds Ferguson. Evan Ferguson nods in the header. Good afternoon, all. Ooh, new bot. No, just new bot command. So that way people who come in want to know what's been going on in the save, I could just use that. So that's that puts us up 2-0 on Atletico Madrid with the Evan Ferguson header. He's on his 35th goal of the season. Looks like he's ramping towards maybe having a good end of the season to challenge Steve Bull's record of 52 goals. Wirtz again. Collins, ooh, rattles it off the crossbar. Goes back to Coyote. to the next half of this match. Lots of shots on target so far, guys. Keep it up. Alright, 65 minutes we're going to be taking off Evan, we're going to be taking off Bargnani and Moreira. Keep them fit. Florian is going to take this corner kick here before we make any subs. Florian is there again. Can't get to it, but David has it. David finds Florian. Florian shoots. Florian Wirtz with only his 3rd goal of the season, but maybe that'll open the cap for him. Ryan Aitnouri can come on for Alan Maturo. Cyril Mbanda can come on for Michael Coyote. Evan Ferguson off for Eric Holden. Santiago Benacci on for Alfonso Moreira. And Rooney Bargnani off for Franco Mastuano. That sounds good to me. Goal's been awarded. Yes, still make those tactical changes. Abanda to David to Chotard to Collins to Wirtz, finds Bianacci to Wirtz. Wirtz attacks, shoots. Oh, All Black makes a save. Wasn't a great attempt, but hey, every attempt is a good attempt as long as it's on goal. You have to make the save, I guess. To Jens, to Esteve, to Martinelli, back to Jens. Florian Wirtz with another goal. Seems to have opened the cap finally. Wirtz with a free kick here. Dangerous position. All Black makes the save. Goes out for a throw-in. That's the end of the match. A 4-0 win for Wolverhampton Wanderers over Atletico Madrid. Very nice. Superb defensive performance. Partenope beat Galatasaray 4-1, meaning they got through. Bayern lost actually 1-2 over Newcastle, but won on aggregate. Real Madrid beat Real San Sebastian 5-2. So, no real expectations there from anyone. No real surprises there, I suppose I should say. Freddie Thickboy with a brace. Very nice. No shocks, that's about right, yeah? No shocks provided. What team would I like in the next round? I'll take Real Madrid. You gotta beat the best teams to get to it, so. Very good. I wonder how upset everyone's going to be when I leave at the end of this year. We'll have to see, won't we? He is now happy. Good. This guy is not good enough, really, to play for us regularly. You need higher dribbling than 8. Honestly, in this match against Burnley, I probably will play Travers. We'll play a lot of guys who need the fitness. So Conor Gallagher, you're going on. Szymanski, you're going on. Alain Maturo, you're going on. Teddy, you're going to go probably... this is a difficult one. Because I want to play Mikitani, who also needs the fitness. So here's what I'll do. I'll switch those two around. We'll put Conor Gallagher on the bench. We'll bring him on around halftime, maybe a bit later. Mark Wahe, you can come off for Gabriel Moscardo. Philip Koft can go on for Nathan Collins. Arthur Teth, you'll be the first person to come on the bench. Nathan, you can be the second person on the bench. At right back, we need to put on Cyril. We'll put you as a substitute, so if we want to, we can bring you on for Szymanski for a little while. Just to have the option. Mastuano, you'll be starting probably over someone at the front, same with Bianacci and Eric Holden as well. So Evan won't be starting Eric. Holden will. You'll be starting for him, and you'll be starting for him. This is a fully rotated squad, which is wild to think that Kenichi Mikitani is the best player in the squad right now. But it checks out. Who else do we want to put on the bench? Probably Ryan. Probably Florian as well. It works for me. It's Burnley who are in 18th. This is a team that I think my second team can win, can beat, basically, can win. I think it's one of those things. I imagine you've made an announcement to the team, probably. Though it would be weird, right? Because my contract isn't actually up for a while. I think I have a long contract at the club. No, my contract isn't up for another year after the end of this year. So if it was the case of Jurgen Klopp, essentially this contract would be running up at the end of this year, or be running up at the end of this season, which it's not. But that's fine. It's close enough. Luis Enrique has gone to Chelsea after being sacked from Man City. That's an interesting choice. Jenkins played okay, and Kidderminster lost, unfortunately. How are Kidderminster doing in the panorama? They're 4th. So they're in the playoffs again, but they are actually only one win behind Barrow and Scunthorpe. They don't have as good a goal difference, but they have an entire possibility to get above everybody there. Who's this Danny Crocker? Let's take a look at him. As I always say, if there's a regen usually popping up in the areas around here, it means that they're pretty good. Maybe slightly too good for the league they're in, but maybe not the greatest. For example, let's take a look at this. There's Leighton Vaux at Rochdale, who is a physical monster, which is why he's doing well. There's Dandy Boy, Richard L. Jenkins are both there. Ethan Hull, Kai Massey, a 19-year-old at Eastleigh. Yet again, physical monster, not much else. This guy has some technical about him. He can dribble. Chris Haggerty. He can finish. It's always a good idea to take a look at the lower league, see if there's anyone in there who you can pick up for dirt cheap. After all, you never quite know. Yeah, wow, Rooney Banyani has 15 goals and 14 assists this year. That's really good. 30 goal comps. It's an incredible achievement for him. Newcastle drew to Tottenham, which is not necessarily who we're worried about. The only team we're worried about is Arsenal at the top of the league. Who is their schedule like? They have Leeds and they have Tottenham, then they have United and Liverpool. They only really have 3 tough games left: Tottenham, United and Liverpool. They are, however, also in the FA Cup semi-final, which we're not in, but we are also in the Champions League, which they're not in. So, were they ever in the Champions League? No, they weren't. They weren't in the Champions League at all this year. So, it's possible that we could for sure give them a chance to come back if we don't play to our standards. Aaron Odegaard is 30 now. So is Declan Rice. I think Kai Havertz is close to that. Kai Havertz is 29. Who's their goalkeeper? I don't recognize this. Nikola Kavlina? I mean, he's pretty good. Came to Arsenal for 5.5 million from Saudi Arabia after being there for a little while from Celtic. He's played well for Arsenal. The Jamie Vardy effect. Start lower league, be perfect fit, win premiership. It's that easy, you know? It's just that easy sometimes. Oh shit. United smashed Charlton in the FA Cup. Oh Jesus. Poor Charlton. But hey, they got a bunch of money out of that at least. Right, we have Burnley and then Southampton, and then we have a week off. I think there might be an international break or something going on. Pretty thick boy. Guys are playing okay. Why is Nathan Collins unhappy? Now you can stick on agility and balance for a while. I'm pretty happy with that. Let's do it. Or FA Cup break. That's true. We don't have the FA Cup matches to worry about. They are just being rested. Nothing else to say about that one. Right, a win here would basically seal Burnley's position. Mikitani's struggling there in the midfield. That's usually not what you see. Justin with a throw in to Barrington. Back to Justin. Teddy is hounding him. Has to go all the way back to Avila. Saldalik, who boots it up. Barrington's there. Abanda nods it down to Teddy. He finds Mastuano. Loses it immediately to Barrington. James. Travers, big stop. Danny DeWitt heads it in. Bareface tries to find Mastuano, but he's just not playing well today. Mastuano will probably be the first sub I make today. He's not been on form. Chalov back to Justin. Sadliki to Chalov, who is surrounded by 3 players and still manages to get a pass off. Justin finds Barrington, who goes in the middle to DeWitt. DeWitt finds James, goes back to Barrington. Luca Barrington makes a second goal. And that goal is counted. Did I rotate a bit too heavily? Possibly. Right, at halftime, Franco, you're coming off for Rooney. Allen's not played well. Ryan, you're coming on. Kenichi's not played well, but I think we need to leave him on for a little bit. I think he has the ability. I just think he's struggling out there right now. Mikitani. Oh, sorry, they're taking a dead ball, so Justin has it. To Barrington, back to Justin. Justin Avila goes over the top. Can't head it down. Travers doesn't have to make a save as the player misses. Alright, well, I think we need to make some more substitutes and change things up here. I'm going to switch to this. We're going to put Mikitani here. Because Koft is actually a natural libero. We're going to take Holden off for Ferguson. Bianacci off for Alfonso Moreira. And I can make one more sub. Neither of Mascardo or Koft have played well. Sorry, neither of Mascardo or Mikitani have played well. But I think what I'll do instead is bring in Florian. And we'll just have the guys go out there and try and win. Corner kick from Wirtz. Can't find Teddy. Moreira has it though. Pulls it to the byline, goes low and hard. Can't get it to Ferguson in the middle. Gabriel Mascardo makes it to the loose ball though. Has to go back to Travers, who finds Ait Nawari. Goes to Florian. Goes to Comft. Out wide to Rooney. Justin's there. Abanda has it. Goes back into Wirtz. Goes opposite wing. Moreira turns. Pulls it back to Florian. Florian Wirtz has pulled this back into a 1-1 game. Hey, Shep. Welcome. Need more of that, guys. Come on. DeWitt goes back to Valmerson, pressed heavily by Rooney. Pereira pulls it into the middle. Ferguson can't get it in. Goes out for a Burnley throw-in. Justin has it. To Avila. Tries to go up. Abanda can't keep it away from them. DeWitt goes to Daly. Goes wide to Tella. Tella loses it to Aitnawari. Cuffed to Verts. Gary Mascardo. Rooney over the top to Moreira. Big tackle. Looks like it's going to be called a penalty. Who will be taking this penalty? Ferguson looked nervous coming on. Do I have Florian take it? I think I have to have Florian take it, don't I? You know what, Florian? You're going to take this penalty. I would love to say that I have complete confidence. Well, actually, you know what? I do have complete confidence in him. Evan, you're taking this penalty. Penalty's been awarded. That's what we wanted. Evan Ferguson steps up to it. Our vice captain, Ireland's captain, buries it. Brings us back to 2-2. His 36th goal of the season. Whew. That was tight. Very nice. Hit the players with a little praise. They've done well. They've brought the match back from a 2-0 deficit. I'm going to let the game play out now. Hopefully we can get a third. Varmerson. Teddy has to try and knot it down. It is. Mikatani has it to Rooney. Rooney pushes down the wing. His defender can't get to him. He whips it into the back post. Moreira is not big enough to win that header. Barrington goes back to Daly. Moreira takes it off him. Ferguson goes straight for it. Big tackle there. Almost would have been a red card if he hadn't got the ball first. Varmerson boots it away. Knot it down. Koft nods it away to Gabriel Mascardo. Has to go back to Travers, who goes over to Mikatani on the opposite side of the pitch. Travers to Gabriel. To Florian to Moreira. Moreira, bad pass again. Wesley to Nketiah. Nketiah. Randy Nketiah scored. That's some awful passing there. Nobody else really to blame on that one. Travers makes a save there. Good stuff. Mark Travers on a 6.3 rating. I can't blame him for any of these goals that went in, to be honest. Gabriel Mascardo nods it away further. We're about to lose this match, and that's disappointing because that's our match in hand. Gone 13 games undefeated. We lost one there against Burnley. That has put us into a position now where we still have the option to... Well, we're still 10 points ahead of Arsenal in second in the Premier League. But it would have been very nice to not have that at all. Right, Trubin, you go in. Coyote. Collins. Guay. Nowari, Shotard. This is the box-to-box position, so this will be Conor Gallagher. Florian Wirtz at a roaming playmaker. Rudy Bargnani out on the right. Alfonso Moreira on the left. Evan Ferguson up top. With Arthur on the bench. Alan Maturo. Gabriel Moscardo. Cyril Mbanda. Kenichi Mikitani. Teddy Bareface. David Forchisi. Santiago Bianacci. And Eric Holden. On to Southampton, who are much higher in the league. So that means now we have 8 games left. We are 10 points ahead of Arsenal. Ferguson's leading the goal scoring title in the Premier League with 14 of them. Trubin has the second most clean sheets. Rudy Bargnani has the second most assists. So what I'm looking for here now is a solid run of form to end the season. We have 8 games left in the Premier League. I want us to get 24 points. I think Blackburn just got promoted again. Julian Gray has gone to... No, he stayed at Arsenal. Fair enough. Who was I trying to sign him for? Oh, I need a coach. That's fair. I'll find a coach real quick. What do we lack the most in our coaching team? Attacking? No, wait. Attacking and fitness. So let's see. Attributes. Fitness, attacking. This guy at Spiza. Very, very good attacking coach. You also need someone on the recruitment team. We need a scout. Mental attributes, there we go. There's this guy at Chelsea, Jim Lawler. This guy at Atalanta. Oh, 1.1 million in things, absolutely not. Oh, this guy's pretty good. Lorenzo Faris. There's also Tor Christian Carlson, who's unemployed. Decent scout. You would be a scout, but I would be willing to give you a little bit more money for that. Cool. That'd be enough for that transaction. Multitasking alerting because you're waking up starting to perceive the world, but your girl is here. Welcome, caffeinated but not dead, but dead inside. How you doing? How you doing, Em? Your wife is here, yes. They are also doing the same as you. They are lurking and having a great time. We finished our first playthrough of Dragon Age the Veilguard on Saturday, so I'm doing a little bit of Football Manager this week to kind of settle and just relax for a bit. And then next week we'll probably do our modded playthrough of Mass Effect 2 and Football Manager. So what I'm thinking is 3 days of Football Manager, 3 days of Mass Effect 2. That's probably the plan. Yes, I'm working your booty off. Well, don't do that. Don't work your booty off. No point in working that hard. Me2, let's go. Yeah. I did my Mass Effect 1 playthrough like 2 weeks ago. I finished it up while I was doing Veilguard. I just finished it up, I think, the week after Veilguard came out, and then I played a lot of Veilguard, obviously, last week. So I finished it. It's pretty far from my first ever playthrough of Mass Effect 1 or Mass Effect 2, but I've always enjoyed playing those games through. So, I'm looking forward to it. Ooh, we got some youth players, and some of them looked pretty good. Jack Templeton, a keeper. Big kid. 6'2". Kind of skinny, but he'll grow into his frame. Hugh Horsell, who is a midfielder. And Loretta Swaggers, who is an attacking midfielder, who's also 15. Either footed. Very good. We have Justin Tompkins, Kieran Devine, Nicholas Van Hoof, Stephen Rice, Sean McFadden. A couple players here. Jack Templeton, where are you born, my friend? You're born in Newtown Hamilton in Northern Ireland, but you're also Irish. So you're Northern Irish, which is how that works. You wouldn't be a goalkeeper in a few years, but I'd be fine with making you a breakthrough prospect. You don't know shit about football, but you'd be down to learn. I mean, this game is for sure a lot more in-depth about things than other football games. So, for example, FIFA/FC would be more of a beginners-friendly attempt at learning how to play football, learning how this sort of stuff works. But essentially how this works is I am the manager of this squad. And the way this works is I have goals and aspirations set to me by my club's board, who I do not control. So, for example, in this case, the board has told me to work within our wage budget, which we're doing, because it's not been blown out of the water. They're telling me that I want minimum 3-year contracts for first-team players, which is a favored thing, it's not required. And then a minimum 1-year contract for players over the age of 32, so that way we don't end up being, weighed down by bloated contracts for older players. There's a couple things in here that are like, reach later stages of competitions. And then there is the board feedback over here on the right, as you can see, which is make the most of set pieces. So score set piece goals like corner kicks, free kicks, that sort of thing. Play attacking football. So football that is, the first mindset of it is to attack, to score goals. Possession football preferred, and entertaining football, which is preferred. So play explosive and attractive football, keep the fans entertained, which I do as a tactic, and then play high tempo pressing football, which we're doing. What they're happy about, what they're not happy about, and then the supporters also have feedback that they give me. Go sports ball, indeed, go sports ball. So they have a lot of different feedback, so they have expectations that are different. So they have expectations when it comes to our team's rivals, because we have rivals that we need to actually play against sometimes. So for example, in the club info here, when I go to our info, we have rivalries, which they are often called to, I'll call those like derbies and rivals and all that. It's usually derbies. So there is West Brom, who aren't in the same league as us. So they don't really care about them. Birmingham aren't in the same league as us, so they don't really matter. Aston Villa are. And you can see here in this team, in this page where the fans have their feedback, they say finish above Aston Villa in the league, which we are doing. So that's how the back end stuff works in this universe. Basically, it's like, here's what the board wants you to do. You meet those expectations. You don't get fired. That's how that works. When it comes to what you actually get to do as a manager, you set up this tactic. there are also preset tactics. So, for example, I can create a new tactic and I can go, I want us to play control possession football. It will then tell you what that is. So essentially it's like, I want to pass the ball around, maintain possession of the ball, use that to create openings, do that sort of thing. It will then recommend you a couple different formations that can be used to do this sort of thing that suit your players. And then you can just press confirm and it'll give you the general tactic, so you don't need to do anything particularly fancy. You don't need to make a custom tactic. You don't need to do anything like that. I like making my own tactics. This is like a Gengen pressing attacking 4-3-3, which is very interesting. I quite enjoy it. There are little, like, you can give your players like specific instructions, like this is the general thing we'll do when we have the ball, when we don't have the ball, and when we've gained or lost possession of the ball. And this is what we do when we don't have the ball. You decide which players play where and how often. You decide who is on your bench, and you decide which players you keep and which players you sell a lot of the time. So, for example, there is a transfer history tab here, which tells you, you know, who you sold, who you purchased over the last however many years you've been playing. So, it'll tell you various things about that. For example, you also set your staff. However, if you're looking at this and you're like, I'm very overwhelmed, I don't like this, you can go to staff, you go to responsibilities, and then go to your overview. And you can go to your staff selection here and you can go recruiting directors. You can delegate that. So you could be like, I'm going to delegate hiring and recruiting directors of football and my technical director to my chairperson. I don't want to do it myself. Out of context, hearing that you're selling and purchasing people is mildly concerning. Yeah, it's a little bit like, don't worry, they're footballers. They get paid a lot of fucking money. They're okay with it. You can also decide, I don't want to recruit staff members. I find that part of it boring. I'm going to delegate all of that to usually to your technical director, I believe. They go to recruiting your staff. You can also delegate that. You can also delegate your coaching courses. So, for example, in this case, Red Moogle, one of my mods, who has claimed the name a staff member thing from the channel points down below, has named the technical director after herself. So she is our technical director. She does all of the courses and all that. So if someone wants to take a coaching course, which is how you get better coaching, how you get better at coaching, you can delegate it. Hey, Shep's decided to become a staff member. Okay, Shep, what staff member do you want to be? We have the only person you can't take, I think, is assistant manager. That's another one of my mods. The Anto has taken over the assistant manager role, and Red Moogle is our technical director. But you can be a head of youth development. You can be the head of performance analysis. You can be our coach. You can be a coach. You could be a performance analysis. You could be a director of football. You could be the chief scout. You could be a loan manager. You could be our recruitment analysis. You could be a physio. You could be a sports scientist. Let's be a scout. Cool. I'll name you after our chief scout. Thiago Costa here is Portuguese, so if you have any Portuguese heritage, Scout Harding. Oh no. So I can do this. I can set a nickname. So this will be Scout. Well, let's just do Shepherd Fish. So I hope you have some Portuguese heritage. They're shepherd fish. You're very, very good. You're an exceptionally good scout. This is the reason why we brought you in, is because you're very, very good at a scout. Not even a little? Well, there you go. The reason why I was like, oh, Red, what position do you want? She was like, I want a technical director position, because a lot of that is to do with money and negotiating. As you can see, negotiating is a skill here that's highlighted. And Red is a money person, IRL. We are trying to make him stop feeling feelings at Veilguard. Listen, I spent all day yesterday playing Catan with friends and getting mad over the fact that they wouldn't trade with me. Don't worry about it. Veilguard do be giving you the feelings. Veilguard do be giving you the feelings. It's a good way to lose friendships. See, I'm not super competitive, but I do hate it when other people know exactly what other players will want to do and then will help them do it anyway. Also, by the way, if any of you want to, you can also claim youth player names, which no one has done in the last little while. So if you want to, for example, let's say one of you were like, I want to be Jack Templeton. You can rename the player as, I think it's another 5,000 channel points. That's an option. Give me that player. Caffeinated but dead inside. Cool. Do you have a name you want to give them? Because you can name them yourself. If you want to name them anything in particular, you can. Or if you're interested in just naming them something funny, that's fine too. Don't do it now, he's leaving this club. No, if you want to do it now, I could always bring Jack Templeton along with me. Also, we will see like how these players grow over the years. Like Jack Templeton might move. He might go to a different club. He might play for Northern Ireland. I'll never see him again. No, you'll probably see him again. Like, this is the thing, is that I will add him to the Wolves alumni list, and he will basically just be there as a player. We'll get updates on him. We'll see where he goes. If he becomes a free agent, we might sign him. That's a general rule of thumb here, is I'm going to try and keep any named player around for as long as I can. So Teddy Bareface, who is one of Red's named players, if I can keep them around, I will. Brains processing, no worries. I need to sign these players anyway, because when your youth players come in, you have to actually decide to sign them. So Hugh Horsell, where are you born? You're born in, I don't know where the fuck that is. Devizes in the UK. Where is that? Oh, it's like near Bristol. Football school hour for U&Ms. Yeah, it has. Honestly, yeah. I mean, listen, I'm one of those people who believe that I don't follow an awful lot of football in real life. I watch my own team, which is Wolves, which is why I've played them here. And also because they haven't won anything since the 80s. Name him Kalis. Okay. So yeah, the general idea here is to, like, you know, I don't necessarily believe you need to know an awful lot about football to actually enjoy watching the sport or watching the game. But, you know. Khaleesi's Valkyrian. Alright. Oh, my Twitch is being all fucked up. There we go. There we go. Let me highlight that. There we go. So we're going to be naming Jack Templeton. What an Irish name, to be honest. Set nickname: Kalis Valkyrian. Valkyrin. There we go. There's no A in there. Kalis Valkyrin. There we go. There's Kalis Valkyrin. We're going to add him to our Wolves alumni shortlist. So when we move, we'll get updates on him. Oh! For reference, Khalees is Fish's D&D character in the campaign you're in with them that you're romancing. You're smooching? I mean, I know all about smooching other people's D&D characters that I'm playing with. I won't say any more on that. You guys will have to go watch Component Cast stuff to know more about that. place is also named after a Klingon in Star Trek. Yeah, so if you guys want to, you can go follow the Component Cast and watch Trakoga Nights on the YouTube or on any of the podcast formats that I have listed on there, and you can learn all about the people I smooch. Bet. Where's this guy born? Dunstable. I like looking up places I don't know. Dunstable in the UK. Where's that? That is like... Oh! It's actually not too far north of Watford. It's kind of near Milton Keynes. Huh. Interesting. Where were you born? You're born in Lokeren in Belgium. Lokeren in Belgium. Where's that? Is that near anything I recognize? It's near Ghent. Huh. That's near your mum's house? Wow. D&D in general just brings you joy. Well, we have a bunch of games that we play on the Component Cast that you can check out. So please do me a massive favor and check those out. You knew Milton Keynes, your uncle's stepkid lives there. Ah. Milton Keynes is one of those places in the UK that's weird because it's not like the rest of the UK because it was a town that was built to like simulate an American city. It's just all roundabouts. Oh, this guy is actually from Dudley, which is a like suburb of Wolverhampton. That's cool. We'll give him a sign. I always believe in signing the guys from the Birmingham area. Nicholas Van Woof, where are you from? Belgium originally. Avengem in Belgium, which is near, well, nothing actually big. It's kind of near the French border. Milton Keynes is fucking weird. Milton Keynes is fucking weird. It's also one of the most hated football clubs in the UK because Milton Keynes, the football team, is actually what it's a very American thing, right? Or North Americans thing of like taking a club and then moving them somewhere. Like, you know, in the case of Utah Hockey Club, they moved from Arizona. The Chargers moved from like, what was it, the St. Louis to LA, I think, right? That's not really a common thing in Europe. A lot of the time, if a club is moved, it's because the club died, went bankrupt or whatever else. But Milton Keynes, MK Dons' football club is actually, what were they called? Oh, Christ. Christ, my brain. They're a San Diego to LA. Thank you. Wimbledon. They were a Wimbledon football club, and people were really pissed off about it because Wimbledon then had to like basically rejoin the football league, and then had to fight over who gets the records, because Wimbledon Football Club is obviously now MK Dons, but Wimbledon Football Club exists again. So there was a fight over who got the records. The sport you watch? Oh, you watch wrestling. Red watched wrestling. I don't know if she still does. Redditch. Where's this? Oh, it's just south of Birmingham. There we go. We just don't do that in football. Yeah, football doesn't really do that. If you wanna club in the top flight in football, you have to kind of earn it. You can't just buy clubs, really. Jordan Smith, where are you from? From Birmingham. Jordy Smith. Wrestling is fun. I don't mind wrestling. It wasn't really my thing. Where the fuck is this? Melton Mowbray. Hey, Wolven. Welcome. How are you doing? That is... Oh, Reg, you probably know where Melton Mowbray is. It's not too far away from Nottingham. That's interesting. Marshall Misambo. Rival used to work there. Wow. I like indie shows more than the big brands. More often industry drama kind of took away some of the fun. That's fair. So, Wolven actually... Well, Wolven and I have played some games together over on a different YouTube channel. They're also on Twitch. Hang on. / shout out. Rival Zone Gaming. If you want to check out Rival plays games with multiple people on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. They do a lot of multiplayer streams here on Twitch and on YouTube. They are also Red's possible future husband. Monkstown. Ah, fair enough, yeah. Bet indeed. I'm probably not going to sign anyone down here unless they're actually from... Oh, this is from Wolverhampton. Well, I guess I have to sign them. Anyone from Wolverhampton gets signed. Anyone else is more or less just a secondary option. You're from St. Helens. You're from West Bromwich, which is in the area, but you're not actually from Wolverhampton. And you are Welsh. You're from Newtown in Wales. Right, so that's all of our youth players signed. One of our youth players have been renamed Kalisis Volkaren. Why did I get auto-signed? Because the club that I am playing as is Wolverhampton Wanderers. And because of the fact that we are actually Wolverhampton's team, I always sign players who are born in Wolverhampton. So in the squad view here, if I go to... Where is he? He's not here. If I go to... Where would I see him? In Dev Center. Here we go. If I go to my loans here, there is our other... Well, one of our other named youth players is Evan. This Evan Anto Riley. Anto is the name that was given to him. Information-wise, he was born in Wolverhampton. The thing is, he is also a very good player. So I was like, oh, I'll sign him because not only is he from Wolverhampton, but he's also a very good player. So... Right, yeah, you guys get to learn about football and learn about English geography while we're at it. You're here for it. I mean, listen, it's fun. It also means that at the end of this year in game, because this is in 2029, and I've already said that I will be leaving the club at the end of this year in order to move to a new team. To do more of the same that I've done with Wolves. Also, let's view this draw. So, the way that this works, another little interesting lesson here is that teams do not just play each other. It is sort of like, I suppose, like the playoff draw. Instead of it being a case of you play a team in a seeding, you play a team that is drawn out of a hat for you. I think there's certain sports in America that does that. I'm not too sure who, though. We're going to take a look at who comes up here because we want to... Basically, we want a team who we think we can beat. I don't think there's anyone on this list who we can't beat, but there are certainly easier teams like, for example, Napoli, which is a team that just got drawn, Parthenope. Inter is a team we could probably beat. Bayern is a team we could beat. United is a team we could beat for sure. City will be more tough. Real Madrid will be more tough, and Barcelona will be more tough. So, I'm pretty happy with any team we get here. Love learning new things, so I'm vibing with this. And you love listening to people's passions. I love teaching people things, and it's a great time. My mother often tells me I should go to like schools and teach people about LGBTQ people, but I'm like, no, I don't want to go to school. Fuck that. Have you seen teenagers? Jesus Christ, they scared the shit out of me. Oh, City are playing United. So hang on, let me pause that real quick. Let me pause this real quick. Hang on. So you're probably wondering why Manchester City and Manchester United are different teams. The way this started is Manchester United there's basically like a river that goes through Manchester, and the team on one side support United, on the other side they support City. Basically is how this works, right? It's very similar to like if you've ever been in Christ, what's the country and what's the team I'm thinking of? There are like certain places obviously in America where you would be like oh, hey, Anto. Welcome. Teenagers are meme indoctrinated little monsters. Indeed, Wolven. That's correct. From the bottom of my soul, I really listen to people talking about things they're passionate about. It's one of the best things to listen to. Hi, Anto. We saw your player. You did. Anto is playing pretty well. He's growing still in Mallorca over in Spain. But I was just trying to teach and M about the two Manchester teams. So these teams have been big rivals for a long time. Oh yeah, you're back from Switzerland. Hope you enjoyed yourself, Anto. They've been rivals for a long time, so this match would basically be like a must-watch match, assuming you're not a fan of either team anyway, because these matches are always big, you know? A lot of cheese and chocolate. Hopefully he got a lot of cheese and chocolate. Real Madrid, who can they draw? Hopefully not us. Maybe a cuckoo clock or 10. I don't think he needs a cuckoo clock. A lot of snow, I swear. Wolves. Okay, so we're playing possibly the most challenging team on that list in Real Madrid. This will be a tough match. And then we also get to draw the... basically, we get to draw which side of the bracket we're on. So, I would like to probably go up against Bayern and Napoli. No. Okay, so we got Barcelona-Inter, essentially, which isn't too bad. You got stuck in a cable car for 2.5 hours due to a technical fault? That was wild. That's crazy. Right, I also have to fix our training schedule now because we've had a few things. Sounds like the plot of a Bond movie. It does, actually. Ohio is 2 of the Bengals and the Browns. Yeah, truly. There you go. South, yeah, South is more Bengals and North more Browns. That's kind of what it is, yeah. Brother bought back a little trinket from there. Sounds like a nightmare plot of a Bond movie. Texas also has 2, true. The Cowboys and the... Texans? I think they're literally just called the Texans. Was there anyone else in the... Yeah, I don't know why there's those teams. Nice view of the sunset at least. The only issue is I needed to pee. Oh, nice. Talk about the Ravens. Oh, God, the Ravens. Cowboys and Texans, yeah. See, I don't follow American football, but I do love the... like, the level of drama that's in, like, American football broadcasting. Like, American broadcasting's fucking wild, man. You guys have the best broadcasters out there. It's so crazy. American football, you mean American hand egg? Yep. It's so dramatic for what reason? It's just it's just because it's American football, you know. I actually quite like watching like people talk about it because obviously, as you said, you know, watching people who are passionate about things is really good. But I'm also one of those people who are like, you guys get way too passionate for no fucking reasoning about something that doesn't matter. Cause America, indeed, cause America. America. Everything must be to 11. Indeedly doodly, neighborino. You're like a fan bystander. Your husband is a fan of the Browns. He must have lost a radio broadcaster to cancer. Oh yeah, that's right. There for a long, long time. Amazing voice of the Browns. Overall fun person. As an American, can't confirm. Yeah. I mean, that sucks, right? Because that's the thing a lot of the time in sporting, right? Is that you do have broadcasters who stick with the team for a very long time who are sort of like an experience, right? You know, they're part of the experience of watching that team. And I get that a lot. You know, I get that sucks. Especially like losing someone to anything is stupid. You stopped watching F1 when the Finnish long-term broadcaster retired? I thought you still watch it because there's a Finn still racing, right? Kevin Magnussen? I think he's a Finn, right? Bottas. Valtteri Bottas, yeah. Not because he was good, because when he messed up his terms, he came up with the funniest workarounds. Browns Raven drama. Browns owner expressed dissatisfaction with the owner Art Modell expressed this with the Cleveland Stadium, subsequently declared its intention to relocate the team to Baltimore, where they would be rebranded as the Baltimore Ravens following illegal actions. The NFL reached a compromise allowing for the establishment of a new Browns team in the 1999 season. Ah, I see. So the Ravens were the Browns. Oh, Inter Miami. Yeah, yeah. Ferguson. Oh, big save. Mess. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's very similar to the MK Dons Wimbledon drama. Ooh, Ferguson with a big interception there. Pushing. Ooh, big save by Maddle. Wow, Ferguson had 2 big shots stopped there. Ooh, almost. One specific football team to the rest of your friends and soccer through your wife. Fair. I would love to watch Messi, and Inter Miami is probably the only way to do it these days. But I have really no interest in watching a guy that age. He's still kind of cool, though. You watch IMSA now, found it a lot more entertaining than F1. It's free on YouTube. Nice. Once forgot the word for exhaust. We said flames coming out the back tubes at the back of the car. Okay, that is funny. That is funny. He's not wrong. He isn't wrong. You're honestly a really good football announcer. I mean, I've had some practice, you know. Maddle has made some big saves. He's got a. You can see on the side of the screen here, just next to me, on this side, like the general team ratings and all that. His co-announcer in the booth had the best sarcastic put-upon voice correcting it. Very nice. Ryan Nawari finds Ferguson, who I think he's offside here. So, this is the perfect way for me to explain the offside rule to people who might not understand it. If I go back here, rewind. There we go. So, this is Evan Ferguson, right? This is our striker. This is the guy who we want to score the goal. Is the chat? Yeah, it's supposed to be barely readable and cover my face. It's only really here, the chat, so I know if something is happening in chat, because my chat will sometimes disconnect and I won't know. But let me show. Hang on, let me explain this to the people who might not know. So Ferguson, as you can see here, is in position. There's a guy behind him. There's a person marking him, as we'd say. Ryan Nawari is about to receive the ball, and then as you can see, Ferguson is behind the last defender when he receives the pass. So Ryan Nawari here makes the pass as Ferguson is offside. As Ferguson is behind the last defender. So there's the touch. Ferguson is offside because he is behind this defender. That's how offside works. Which is why the goal won't count. Kike Rosberg, because he was talking about Hakkinen at the time. Ah, yes, Hakkinen. So you'll see here that the lines will... So there you go. That's how it, like, illustrates it. Like, this is where the defender was. This is where the attacker was. That's why it's offside. Also, football matches in this instance are 90 minutes. With an amount of time, usually at the end of the half, to make up for like injury time or time where matches weren't being played because there were substitutes being made and stuff like that. Gallagher finds Coyote out wide. Coyote pulls it into Rooney. Rooney Bargnani buried it. That's what we were looking for. Rooney Bargnani in the 45th plus 4 minutes. Very nice bit of movement there from the team. Oh man, that passing play was so good. Coyote, great positioning, finds Rooney all on his own. 2 players are on top of Evan Ferguson, leaving Rooney Bargnani there in a dangerous position. The hilarious thing is people have tried to explain football to you before, but apparently your brain works the same way as mine does, so exactly, it makes sense. It also is a lot easier when you can show it in like this format. So like I can pause this game and be like, hey, this is what this rule means. You know? Also, since I'm the manager, I handle the team talks and stuff like that. So that's what I'm doing here. I talk to the players and say, hey, you guys can keep this up and you can do better. You know, that sort of thing. The visual and pausing helps so much. It does. It does. There are other ways for goals to be offside. Like, if you've ever watched hockey, like goalie interference is a thing that we consider as that would be a thing that would count as an offside play. But that's not as common in this sport. Also, you make substitutes, and you have an amount of stoppages and an amount of substitutes you can make every match. So, for example, I have a selection of 9 people on the bench that I can sub on at any point. I can make 5 substitutes, but I can only stop the match 3 times. So, for example, if I say, hey, I want to make a substitute here, that counts as a stoppage in the match to try and not, have the match go too far over time. George Rotard's not played well, so we're going to put Mikitani on. Both of my center backs are on yellow cards. So the way that fouls work in this game as well is another thing that I need to explain. So essentially, depending on how stringent your referee is, because obviously it's a refereeing system, so it's people making decisions. They can decide, okay, that tackle you made was tough, but it was fair, so I'm not going to give you any kind of card. I'm not going to be like, oh, that was a tough challenge that missed the ball and you may have been reckless. In this case, they probably went, okay, you guys made a tackle, it was tough, it was good, it was clean, but it was very tough all the same, so I am going to say, hey, keep an eye on that. Hey, Cody, welcome. So I am going to make 2 substitutes here at the back because I don't want either of them getting sent off. Because the way this works is you get 1 yellow card, and then if you do something again, that means that you get a second yellow card, you receive a red card, which means you get sent off the pitch, and the players and your team has to play with 1 less player. So for example, if Nathan Collins or Mark Wahey here got a second yellow card, they're done, basically. They get sent off the pitch and they're told you guys have to play with 1 less 1 less player. Isn't the bar supposed to open after the game, not during? No, people are for sure drinking in the stands right now in this game, getting absolutely hammered. I'm undoubtedly sure on that one. And a red card means a 3-match ban. Indeed, yeah. So if you get well, it depends on how you receive it. So if you receive 2 yellows, it's a 1-match ban. If you receive a straight red card, it's a 3-match ban. I mean, for the players, yeah, for the players, well, maybe. I'm not sure on that one yet. We'll see. We'll bring on Teddy, and we'll bring on... I'm going to bring on Santiago for Alfonso and see how he does at white for a little bit. I mean, to be fair, in the 80s, I'm pretty sure most of these players, if they were playing back then, would have been absolutely hammered while playing these matches. I'd no worry with a throw in to Bianacci. He goes to Cuffed to Mikitani, who finds Teddy out wide, who finds a good first touch pass to Ferguson in behind. Evan Ferguson cuts it across goal. This one might count. It's disallowed. Let's take a look at this replay. How close was that? Oh, come on. That one was like millimeters. No way. Okay, fair enough. Whatever you say, game. And that's the end of our 90 minutes. We have beaten Southampton 1-0. Step it up against better competition, guys. So that keeps us 10 points. Actually, no, we are now 12 points clear at the top of the table. Arsenal drew against Leeds. So... here's another interesting one for M and for Miss Fetish, as Cody calls her. 3 goals, 2 disallowed. Yeah, 2 disallowed goals because of offside plays. So if I go to our Premier Division here, in this game, they actually give you the full list of rules for the league you're in. So this is all the rules that you need to adhere to. So, for example, there's transfer and registration rules. There's work permit rules because of Brexit, essentially. If you want to bring in a player, they have to meet certain criteria to actively get that work permit. There's also there's the Brexit rules here. Players coming in from the European Union had to apply for work permits. Foreign players already playing in the United Kingdom will only face restrictions upon signing a new contract. And players from Ireland will continue to be treated as non-foreign for the nations leaving the European Union. So Irish, Northern Irish aren't considered foreign for Brexit rules. There's financial fair play rules. There are miscellaneous rules. Seating capacity and grass pitches only, and there's undersoil heating is required. But essentially, here's the basic stuff, right? The stuff that matters, right? The stuff that actually matters in this is points. So for every match you win, you get 3. For every match you draw, you get 1. Because draws are a very common thing in this sport. At the end of 90 minutes, if neither team has scored a goal, they both get a point. If you lose the match, you get no points. There are 38 games each season because there are 20 teams and you play each other twice. So, for example, since I am playing since there is one team that never plays themselves, you play 38 games in the season. 5 subs can be used in stoppages, all this sort of stuff. Simple stuff that are it's not too difficult, I don't think. We've qualified for the Europa League. Richard L. Jenkins played well. So, loaning out players is a big deal in this sort of system. It's very rare that you keep everyone around. The latter one, I think there'd be a whole hullabaloo about judge favoring. There probably would be, but in this game, since there's VAR, video assisted refereeing, they never get those calls wrong, which in a way is annoying, because I'm like, oh, it'd be really nice to actually be able to get calls wrong in the top league, but it doesn't really happen all that often. So if Evan had been on side there, that goal would have counted, but it does suck. What's your release clause? 6.75? Yeah, go ahead. We'll make that offer. So basically, right, the way that teams in football make money, in Europe at least, is through gate receipts, through television deals, and through selling players. That's the only real way teams make money. And even with gate receipts, it's an argument on whether or not they should probably charge more money for their gates. The game can still get stuff wrong in the leagues without VAR, correct. If you're not in a league with VAR, you still get the opportunity for things to be wrong, which is nice, I think. Cool. So, here's the thing, right? We can sign players. There's also rules about signing players. So, for example, let me just go ahead and find another U18 player that we can sign here. This guy. Abdel Malik Tuhal is at OGC Nice in France. Now, if I was to try and sign this guy, would it tell me? Yeah, here. So just below where the transfer budget and wage budget here is on the left, you'll see rules, basically, like things that are like, oh, here are the rules and regulations and certain things that you might need. We are currently restricted to signing 6 foreign players from a U21 basis and abroad in a season. We've currently signed 5 of them, so I cannot sign this guy. Well, I could sign this guy, but I couldn't sign the previous player who I just signed. Is how that would work. And that's sort of a way to stop teams from like hoarding young talent from across the world. Lots of rules and regulations you gotta follow. Yeah, there's quite a few, but some of them you never really look into. Like, there are certain rules and regulations that you'll never really have a problem with. Unless you're actively trying to like break the game. you know? We've qualified for the Champions League for next year. Ferguson has dropped his lack of football concern. Very nice. We've signed a bunch of youth candidates. Oh! So here's an interesting thing, right? I've loaned Anto out, as you can see. He's not playing at my club. He's playing at a club called Mallorca, which is a club in Spain. And just above my head here, you can see a match stats display, which tells you his rating, his match rating of a 9.2, how many goals he got, how many assists he got, how many shots he got on target, his expected goals, and his expected assists. So he scored 2 goals and got an assist in this match. There's you enjoying your holiday. Yeah, well, you are playing in Mallorca, to be fair, and you were playing away at Almira. So you scored 12 goals in your games at Mallorca. You've done pretty well for them. Where are Mallorca in the league is the question. Mallorca are 8th, actually. That's pretty good for them. They are... Well, actually, they are tied on Villarreal to go into Europe. Holy shit, that's very good. You've scored 11 goals. You're the top goal scorer in the league. Very well done. Evan Anto is doing a great time there, helping out Mallorca get to their next... get to the possibility of playing in Europe, maybe. That'd be very good for Mallorca. The Spanish First Division is not an easy bunch to be in. It's tough teams, yeah. Essentially, there are like... Essentially, in Spain, there are like 3 or 4 teams that you always expect to be in the top 4. And then there's everything else. You know what I mean? Right, we've signed a bunch of youth players. Very good. Manny Lewis is now homegrown. Here's some scouting. William Vila at Tigres is not great. Eltijaj Sal at Barcelona B is okay, but not great. Pedro Di Gregorio is not supposed to be on those lists anymore. Get him off that list. He's terrible. And Endrick is still at Inter. But he is way too expensive. He's currently Anto's currently managing Valencia in his save. So this is what a lot of this game is. It's just like managing teams, like managing a bunch of it. Yeah. There's just a lot of regular names, and then there's just the nerdiest name combining 2 fandoms and a personal D&D campaign reference that you smacked in there. Well, I'll show you. I'll show you the other named players. Hang on. I'll find them here. So there is... where is Teddy? Teddy. There's Teddy Bareface, who is Red's named character. Well, one of the 2 of them. Who is a very, very good player. He's playing international games for Wales. Has a goal for them. Very, very talented player. There is Felix Ander, who is a left back playing on loan elsewhere in the world, who is named by Midgeman, the proprietor of Component Cast. There is Evan Anto Riley, named by Anto Chat. And then there is also, if I go to my dev center here, I can show you the last one. There is, well, there's 2 more. There's Richard L. Jenkins, who is a Mass Effect reference, obviously enough, an American center back. There is Dandy Boy, who is named after D-Boy Plays. There is then Jenkins Lives On. And then there's Freddy Thick Boy, the other player who Red named. You love all of these? Yeah, they're great. We have a bunch of other players here, obviously, who aren't named, who are just sort of sitting here and doing okay, you know? Oh, yeah, that's right. Hang on, let me go to my list here. There's other players we have as well. So if I go to my scouting shortlist, a Wolves alumni, there's Average McAverage Face, who is Antigua and Barbadan, who we got in our youth intake in like the first year. And then there's Youthy McYouth Face. Who has also been renamed by somebody else who got sold to Huddersfield for a decent amount of money for who he is. He's now wanted by Swansea. So yeah, there are players out there who we have. Who've done well. You're saving your rename for the next club. Yeah, the next club we'll see. I'll probably end up sweeping out like all of the staff members and getting in a whole new staff when I arrive there too. Maybe I'll see if I can bring previous staff members. I'll see if I can bring along maybe Red and Anto along with me. You know, that'd be kind of nice. Rob Jones has committed futures to the club. He's not coming to us. Time to go check out today's JPEGs for sale on Star Citizen. Have fun. Oh, Teddy Bearface has broke his toe while out on Wales out at Wales, so he's now out for a couple weeks. That sucks. Sucks for Teddy. Poor Teddy. Indeed, poor Teddy. Poland's smashing a team. Good job on them. Imagine breaking a bone below the knee. Couldn't be me. No comment. Who are you wanted by? Oh, Manchester City. Out of all the bones you've broken, none of them are below the knee, and you'll take it. Fair. Fair. Oh! Sorry, I was like, how the fuck did Evan score 5 goals? He's playing for England's U21s right now. So he's now got 11 U21 caps and 11 U21 goals for England. Sorry about that. You're back? No worries. Hey, listen, you have to go deal with things. So yeah, Anto, congratulations. You've scored 5 goals for England's U21s. Well done. 5 goals is 5 goals no matter where you get them. True. True. GG, indeed, GG. Going to have a fractured fibula. Great time for everybody involved. Gotta love a fractured fibula. Oh dear, indeed, oh dear. Evan's closing in on the what's it called? The goal scoring record for Ireland. I think he's only 6 goals away. Records, here we go. No, actually he's not. 68 goals is the amount he needs. He's 20 goals away, but he's only got 50 some odd caps, so he's got 56 caps and 49 goals, so he's got 19 goals to get. He's only 24. He's got plenty of time to get those goals, and hopefully he'll play a couple easier teams to help with things. So yes, there is also the option in this game for me to manage international games, for example. So if I wanted to, I could try and get the Ireland job. However, Paulo Sousa is doing well enough there, basically, to keep him. Where Ireland, there is no easier teams? Yes, there is. In this universe, there is, for sure. When you have Evan Ferguson, there are teams who are for sure worse than the quality you can put on your squad. Same with, like, Nathan Collins. Like, these two guys are better than a lot of teams out there. Gavin Bazunu is a really good keeper. He's 27, he's at the peak of his powers. There are a couple of guys, obviously, who we could probably use improvements on. But, hey, they exist, right? You know? There are for sure easier teams out there. Like, if we were to play... Like, we just smashed Finland. Sorry, Wolven, if you're still here. But we for sure have, like, teams who are, you know, worse than us on the international stage. And Cyril Mbanda has played for has his first international goal as well. Very nice. Like, we have quality. In this universe, at least. Like, Rooney Banyani is struggling at Sweden. He's only got 6 goals and 23 cap. All good there. All good. So we got a match up next against Crystal Palace, who are quite low down in the Premier League, so hopefully another win there for us. Anto didn't score in this next match for the England U21s. Mikel Riddell played really well for the France U21s, though. We have signed Ignacio Fernandez, a player who we will probably never see come to term with Wolves, but we will at the very least have the option to see how he does there. Maybe moved on in a couple of years for a profit. Mbappe, Ferguson should join Moneybags Paris Saint-Germain. Absolutely not. Unless you're willing to fork out like a fuck ton of money, he's not going anywhere. As long as I'm here anyway. Ferguson scored another 3 goals against Slovakia, and it's how we drew because of his 3 goals. He has now got 52 caps. 52 goals, sorry. So he's getting really, really close to it. The European qualifying section. Let's see what we're looking at here. So Germany is qualifying over Italy currently. First thing the AI is going to do is sell Ferguson, probably. Ukraine is qualifying over the Netherlands right now. San Marino isn't at the bottom of their group. They're over Moldova. Serbia is over Georgia and England. Scotland and England are on the exact same points right now. Portugal are top of their group. Spain are the top of their group. Romania are at the top of their group over Luxembourg and Denmark. France are at the top of their group. Belgium at the top of their group. Sweden at the top of their group, tied with Poland. Ireland at the top of our group over Croatia. Honestly, you know what? I think, Anto, I think that group is actually something we can win. I think we can beat Croatia, Finland, Slovakia, and Lithuania. That's actually a pretty decent group for us, I think. I think that's a very good group for us. I think we can for sure beat those teams. We've already beaten Finland. We drew against Slovakia, which not great, but we have at the very least got those options. Croatia are now going to play Lithuania. If Croatia play Lithuania and they win, they will go above us. But we have for sure got options here. I think that group is very, very, very winnable for us, to be honest. Ooh, there's this guy. Ukrainian fullback. I want to see if there's any regens in the spot there. But I think that's a very good idea there. Croatia, Slovakia. Croatia's playing Ireland. Slovakia is playing Lithuania. So we're playing Slovakia, who have only drawn one match so far against Ireland. Sorry, no, we're playing Croatia, who've only won one match against Croatia. I think that's a very winnable group, honestly. Ireland have a lot of winnable groups, and then we got and drawn at home to Georgia. I mean, listen, this is true, but I think it'll be different. You know, I think in this universe we have an Evan Ferguson who is older, who is better than he is currently in real life. We have an older, better Nathan Collins. We have players around those guys who aren't terrible. You know, we have good goalkeepers. Kelleher has played really well. Ooh, this guy's actually kind of okay. Really, though. The biggest issue I find with Ireland, at least when it comes to like our actual club like philosophy, is that a lot of the guys who we have just don't believe in themselves a lot. So like, you know, half the guys we have don't believe in themselves enough. The biggest issue I have with Ireland is a sentence. The biggest issue I have with Ireland is it's full of arseholes, which most places are. But it also has a problem with lacking any kind of backbone sometimes when it comes to political standing. But I won't say much more on that. My recent YouTube short went live. It was like part 1 of my gaming rants, and it was about how, you know, wokeism isn't the problem and all this sort of stuff. And there's so many comments on it just being like, oh, you've got your nails painted, of course you don't care about this sort of stuff, you know. We all talk, no bite. Yeah, that's the problem sometimes, right? Which are bigger arseholes, politics aside, Ireland or North America? North America for sure. It's not really close, I don't think, but it is for sure possible. I love having your nails painted attributes to absolutely anything. I know. It was very funny to me when all that they could say to me was, oh, you have your nails painted. And I'm like, well, fuck yourself. Grow up. Oh, no, that's the wrong... There we go. That's the role we're looking for. Starting 11 here against Crystal Palace, I'm thinking, just to give everyone a good run of form. Yeah, that's basically what I commented back to them. You were nails painted, and I was like, okay, and? This isn't the problem. When your husband and I were talking about my stepkid about having a child, the response was, I'm going to make a gay cell. Based. I'm sure if anyone watching the YouTube channel right now is upset at me saying these kind of stuff, I'm like, listen, fuck you. You don't need to be here. If you don't want to be here and listen to me talk about the truth, then you can fuck off. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't really need to worry about people being upset over me telling you the truth, because the truth is, me having my nails painted isn't the problem. There being trans people in games isn't the problem. You're the problem because you're a little whiny bitch baby. Will I clip that and put it on YouTube? Probably. It's always good to farm some engagement, eh? Your husband did that on his podcast and he lost listeners. The next podcast started with now the dick bags are gone, let's talk shit. Sounds good to me. Best Wonder Kids list. This will be interesting. Insert the fish clip of this game isn't dark enough. Oh my god, Lamau is the best thing in the world and I love it. I mean, listen, I don't really... People who say that the reason that Dragon Age is bad is because it's not dark enough, not like it was in Origins, and I'm like... Origins was only really that way aesthetically because it was a game built for the PS3. You know? It only really looked that way because the game, you couldn't run that game on anything bigger than that. You know? People get pissed and say, oh, these games are all, you know, they're not dark anymore. They're not like they were when, you know, I was young, and I'm like, I don't care. Just because the color palette is, you know, colorful doesn't mean their shit isn't a dark fantasy RPG. I mean, yes, exactly. Just because your game actually has color in it doesn't necessarily make it a game where you don't have the option to do things that are considered bad. You know? Oh, we also just signed Ignacio Fernandez, so we have a few players on this list. This guy's at Celtic. Sebastian Arndt. Mike is cool with it. You'll post it? Yeah, go ahead, post it in the chat if you want. Oh, you have to be a moderator. Post it in your Discord, and I'll clip it in here. I forgot about that. You have to be a moderator to post links in here. Your disc and clips. Okay, let me find it real quick. Channels. Clips. There we are. View. There we go. Let me have a quick listen to it. That is funny. I won't lie, that's pretty funny. Fuck you. Yeah. I mean, I don't really. I have no argument with people who are like, "Oh, I don't like the game because there's a non-binary character. I don't like the fact that you can be trans," and I'm like, you just need to grow up. There are options, right? It's all about representation. And if your argument is there shouldn't be as much representation in games as there is, then you're just an asshole. Not much else to say on that one, I don't think, right? Ooh. You know, that's just how it is. And I'm not really going to be... That's not a good faith argument, you know? Trans football player right now. You can actually have... players will actually come out as gay. So you can have it happen where, like, you can have... a football player announce to the world that they're gay in this universe, because it's not really a thing that happens a lot in real life, but they can be like in the middle of playing and they can be like, yeah, I'm gay, and they'll come out and say it, you know. You can also in your youth academy have your own player show up, like a son show up. It hasn't happened to me yet because I haven't gone that far into certain games. But the further you go into a universe, the more likely you are to have a child spawn. You get a nickel for every time a character gets held up and impaled multiple times to their death with tentacles and Veilguard. You'd have 2 tentacles, which isn't a lot, but it's pretty dark that it happened twice. Indeed. It's also there's also the bit where you what's it called? You literally like find the first warden, and like in the readabout, and like if you are an asshole to him, like I was, he's lost his mind. Like he's quite literally incapable of communicating with you. There's a bit where you have to literally sacrifice one of your companions. Yep. There's the bit where that companion gets gets used as like a computer node. If the person who tries to disable the wards in the final act isn't hardened, their death is pretty dark. I sent Bellara to do it. They weren't hardened, they were Hero of the Veilguard, which I assume is why they didn't die. Yeah, Hero of the Veilguard, not hardened. Yeah, no, that's fair. I haven't seen what it's like when that happens, so I've only ever seen the option wherein the player, wherein the character ends up as a node for the dark spawn, basically, or for the blight. Sorry, you sent a hardened hero. Ah, fair. Are you going to go for the secret post-credit scene in the next playthrough? I didn't even know there was a secret post-credit scene. I skipped the credit scene. I skipped the post-credit scene because there was music playing, and I was like, oh, I don't want to get demonetized because I might get slapped with what's it called? A copyright strike, because the what's the word I'm looking for? The ending to Mass Effect 1's music got me copyrighted, so that's actually muted on You Will Be Okay, just have that portion muted. Yeah, that's what I expected would happen, so I skipped that because I wanted to talk about the game before the game muted me, basically. So what I might go through is I might replay it in my spare time, like in my time after the stream today. I might go ahead and replay the ending, because I made a hard save before it happens. You can fast forward, FYI, cool. If you find all 3 mysterious floating circles, there's a secret post-credit scene that has heavy implications. I don't think I did that. I don't think I found all 3 of them. I think I might have found one of them, I'm not sure. He was hardened in another way. Naughty. Oh, I had one. Right, cool. Yeah, I didn't find all of them. I only had the one of them. Cool. So what I could do, I suppose, is I can go back with the Rook that I had, the Grey Warden one, and like record a second video and be like, hey, I found all of the crates and I did all of the Evanuris altars, and I found all of the things. And then I'll play it through the ending myself again, just to see what it's like. If just maybe record just the post-credit scene, see what it's like. If you want to know where all three are located, I'll let you know. Okay, cool. I'll message you if I do need to know. I'll probably try to figure it out myself before I ask for any help with that. Oh, there's Pedro Neto, one of our former players. That was deflected in. That's unfortunate. Dovin goes to Krejci to Moretti. Goes back to Dovin in net. Dovin to Anderson. Goes back to Eze. To Richard. To Anderson. Cool to see an all-alum game. That would be difficult because I think some of them retired. But I do know that there's a few players still playing who used to be Wolves players. Like Pedro Neto, who we sold, and he went back to the Premier League. Got some good movement there from the squad. Oh, Moreira with an excellent finish into the bottom corner. Most of them are alum because they retire. No, they're alum because they've left the team. Any alumni are essentially players who left the team. So, like, for example, Pedro Neto we sold to a club in Saudi Arabia for a decent amount of money. He then left that club for free and went to Crystal Palace on a free transfer, like a free agent. They signed him and gave him a wage. So he used to be here, but we got rid of him because he just wasn't really that good, I won't lie. He had a few like stretches of really good performances, but then he'd get hurt for like a week and then he would never be good again for that rest of that season. So we went ahead and got someone else in. Rooney steals that goal away from Evan Ferguson, but doesn't look like it pisses off Evan Ferguson too much. Another goal there. That puts us up 2-1. Banda takes it away. Shotard to Rooney. Rooney has to go back to Nathan Collins, but they find space. He goes to Abanda, who finds Szymanski in the middle. Szymanski attacks and shoots. Dovin saves it. Moretti goes back to Krejci. Finds Decore. To Olise. Olise pulls it back to Richards. Goes to Olise to Eze to Decore in the middle. Out wide again to Olise. Finds Eze on an overlap. Eze behind. Ebreze has buried it. And Antonio Trubin has turned into a sieve. Moreira takes it away. Ferguson picks up the loose ball. Mark Guehi goes out wide to Maturo, down to Moreira. Who turns, pulls it back in. Guehi has it again. He finds out wide Abanda, who attacks, goes down the line to Rooney. Rooney eyes up his options, goes in the middle to Szymanski, who goes out wide to Maturo, who cuts in, pulls it to Moreira. Blocked, goes out for a corner kick. Szymanski taking the corner. He's going to try and whip it back post. Ferguson's up for it, can't get it. Moreira picks up the loose ball, attacks, goes back post again. Nathan Collins is there, Dovkin saves it. Out here being my favourite football announcer. Thank you. Abanda throw in Gallagher. Gallagher attacks Rooney. Rooney goes back to Gallagher, who flicks it back post. Ferguson's there. Evan Ferguson nods it in. One of his easier goals he'll ever have. Ow. Sorry, I just scratched the back of my head and it really hurt for some reason. Anyway. That's some good movement from Ferguson there, especially in the middle. Finds his space. Krejci can reach him in the air. Oh my god, I've done that. Especially after a fresh shave. Fair. Trubin to Collins. Collins to Gallagher. Gallagher attacks. Gets past his defender. Finds Szymanski in the middle, who has to find more space. He goes to Rooney, and Dovkin makes an immediate save off that first touch attempt from Rooney. Not making it easy for Crystal Palace. Szymanski with another corner. Can't find Ferguson back post, and it's nodded away. Throw in for Wolves. Especially after a fresh shave. I haven't had my head shaved in a while, but I can for sure say that hurt a little bit more than I thought it would. Gallagher to Guehi. Guehi finds Moreira out wide. Moreira pulls it back to Maturo. Ferguson back post again with another header. That's the second one going to count for Evan Ferguson. You love your undershave so comfy. It's been a while since I shaved like the sides and back of my head, but I have quite a lot of hair to like deal with at the moment. You look like Sokka from Avatar: The Last Airbender with your hair up. Fair. I don't know who I look like when my hair is like this. I know it's just what my hair is. Love your hair. Oh, thank you. It's appreciated. Bleach that shit blonde and you look like Homelander. Please don't. I had, years ago, I dyed my hair like rouge red. Oh, Ferguson with a hat-trick. Nice. I had to, when I was dyeing my hair like this rouge red, I went to like a professional hairdresser. And they were like, oh yeah, we'll have to bleach your hair blonde first, because obviously my hair is really dark, so it wouldn't stick if it was just red. So they bleached my hair, and I looked like a member of NSYNC because I had like hair like this. It was really long on the top, and they like bleached it all like really like bright blonde, and it was really fucking weird to look at. But it didn't stay that color for too long. It was like this dark rouge red for a long time afterwards. That is hilarious. It was great. And then when the red rushed out, it was like 6 or 7 months later when I finally like stopped keeping color in it and got it cut before I went back to school. There was like, I still had like little blonde like tips in like my fringe. Ferguson with a 4th goal. I should probably be commenting on this game, but we're 6-2 up now, so you know. Homelander's handsome, your dark hair suits you. Thank you. I mean, I would usually just be like, oh, I'll comment on the game while also working with you guys, but we have now basically confirmed that this game is in the bank, so can't really argue with it. Doing fairly well. I mean, listen, I thought we were going to struggle there for a while, but then Evan was just like, listen, I'm just going to score 4 goals. And I'm like, you know what? You pop off, King. You do what you want to do. Bianacci taking a corner. Who's going to get to this one? Nobody. It's booted away again. But Mikitani's there. He goes out wide to Cyril. Collins to Mikitani. Neto intercepts. Dubrovnik to Moratti. Moratti to Decore. Decore tries to find Olese, but Maturo intercepts. Down the line to Moreira. Diverts in the middle. Verts, eyes up options, tries to go out wide again, can't, it's distracted, deflected and lost, and then Ferguson tries to put it in first touch, but Dovkin makes a save. So yes, my hair has had various different iterations over the years. I decided I was going to grow it out last year and go full undercut, and I did, and I really liked it, so I've been keeping it that way for a while. I'm taking Ferguson off because he needs to be ready for our next match. So. Ooh, big interception there by Mitchell. Eze tried for that one. Dovkin boots it up. Eze, Moreira to Mikitani to Holden to Bianacci. Ooh, taken away. NG to Mitchell. Goes down the line to Moretta. Collins is there. Edgy's on his own. Missed. Close. Ooh, guys clicked on one of their guys. Got a few minutes of added time. Another big win for us here. Trubin didn't play too well in net, but we won, so who cares really? So that puts us 14 points ahead of Arsenal with 6 threes or 18. So 18 points left in the season. We have options here. The boards have set initial budgets at 5 million per week and transfer budget 151 million. Collins is a little jaded and could use some rest, so we're going to rest him for a few days. Well, we're resting for a full week. He probably won't start in our match against Real. We'll give him a full rotation for that day. We can play Arthur next to Mark. We'd also be starting Michael Coyote anyway on the right, so we'll be putting Arthur there. Allen off for Ryan Knight Nuwari. Kanechi Mikitani is good. We'll be starting David next to Florian. There we go. Alfonso Moreira needs the rest for sure. Something so satisfying about the clear shot. It is. It is semi-undercut on the back, and then slowly it transitioned more and more forward until it goes all the way around. No, I went full on like my entire sides and back of my hair has been basically shaved all the way down to the bone. Which, I mean, it suits, I think. few days. Don't think you could go to skin, but I've done 1/2 before. No, I've gone right down to skin. I just want to shave the whole damn thing off, and the barber was slightly nervous about it at first, and I was like, yeah, just shave it off, and he was like, what? And I was like, yeah, don't worry about it, shave it all off. So that's how that went. Evan Ferguson, player of the week, 4 goals, very nice. You think your face is too round to go skin? Huh. I mean, I'm not sure. Obviously, I can't say, so. Ferguson's got a £300,000 bonus for scoring 15 goals in the Premier League. How is... what am I looking for? The competitions is what I'm looking for. Ferguson has 18, Rooney has 13. Evan is at the top of that by a margin now, but we also have number 1 and number 2, which is really cool. Rooney, Alfonso Moreira has 9 assists. Trubin has the most amount of clean sheets, tied with Ramsdale and Mesile. So that's pretty good. You think having skin show on your undercut would shrink your face to where the light fade just thins up the size of your head, giving your chin an appearance of more length? Fair enough. I have a beard, so my chin is kind of, you know, whatever it is, basically. The beard hides a lot of the chin. It also, like, gives me a lot more flexibility when it comes to having chins. That's okay on a player? Yeah, I have, yeah. So when I'm performing to their full potential, I might have... I'm not entirely sure what I was looking at when I said that. It might have just been a case of I was looking at, like, I don't know, something. I don't remember. I think I was looking at the competitions, right? I was like, oh, a player who was like, yeah, that's okay. Because Trubin is like one of the best keepers in the world. It's probably about Anthony Trubin. He's one of the best keepers in the world. His media description over here above my head, like you see it right above my head where my mouse is, says world-class keeper. Causes you to misinterpret tone. No, it's no worries, no worries. But I might have just been like, oh, I think Trubin could probably do better. That's the probably only thing, is that like he had an injury and his form has been kind of up and down since, basically. Which does happen. You know, it happens in real life. People get injured and they're like, I've been kind of, you know, on things. But we'll see. He can pull back his form here against Real Madrid and then Leicester City and then Real Madrid again. He has an option here now to do really well. Anyone score any goals? Felix Sander did well. Excuse me. Okay, before this Real Madrid match, I'm going to tell everybody, stretch, excuse me. Stretch, grab yourself something to drink. Excuse me. Maybe a fresh cup of coffee, whatever you need. I'll be right back after these few short, after this little break, basically. I'm just going to go to use the bathroom and do a few other things while I'm gone. So I'll be right back. Hello. Let me turn that music down a little bit. There we go. Apologies, I had to go let the dogs out and then get them back in because dogs. Right. How's everybody doing? I hope you enjoyed your little break. I hope everyone got themselves a nice snack or maybe a coffee or something nice for themselves. Alright, we have this Real Madrid match. It's going to be really important for us. Okay. Trubin in net, yes. Coyote, Arthur, Guehi, Reinhardt, Noiri, Chotard, David, Florian, Bargnani, Moreira, Ferguson. With a full complement on the bench. Let's head in here. Damn needy dogs. Indeed. Indeed. Well, it's not even that they're needy, it's that like when they get outside we get worried about them getting outside of the bounds of the property. And they can kind of run around the local neighborhood and, you know, we don't want that to happen. Rooney to Arthur. Guehi out wide to Aitnouri. Moreira attacks down the byline, pulls it into Ferguson. Gertrude intercepts it. Bellingham goes out wide to Rodrigo. Rodrigo pulls it back to Edgar Militao. Valverde goes to Mika Marmol. To Camavinga. Out left to attacks. Passes it to Rodrigo. To Brahim. Brahim shoots. Tipped up by Trubin. Saved. Rodrigo. Guehi heads it away. Vinicius Jr. First try on the volley. Bit ambitious, but fair dues. Missed. Ease off tackles followed me. Thanks for the follow. I won't ease off tackles though. But fair enough. Guehi attacks to Wirtz. Oh, Bellingham takes it away from him. Brahim is in behind here. Bellingham's down injured though. Rodrigo has scored. Rodrigo, however, has possibly lost Bellingham because of this. There's Bellingham with the tackle. Hurts himself in the tackle against Wirtz. Has he been taken off? No, he does look like he's knocked himself though. Gave himself a little stinger possibly. Whacked his leg against something maybe. Aitnouri to Wirtz. Valverde takes it away from Aitnouri, but Wirtz has the second ball. Rodrigo with the big tackle. Good thing he got to where he did. David has it. Misses it over the crossbar. End of the first half. 1-0 down to Wolves. I'm going to start the second half here. I'm going to encourage the team at the gate. They can for sure improve. They have the skill and the talent level. They just have to put it together. Highlight here, corner kick. Wirtz over it. Possible chance for us to draw it up here. Back post. Courtois fumbles it. It's nodded away though. Rooney nods it back down to Florian, who goes into the middle. Deflected away. Rooney has it again. Rooney eyes up his options. Goes out wide to Aitnouri. Goes in the middle of Wirtz. Has to take a walk here. Goes all the way back to Trubin to reset. The team finds their positions. Mark to Chotard to Wirtz. Goes out wide to Aitnouri. Down the line to Moreira. Has to go back to Aitnouri to find more space. Wirtz is in the middle here. It's free and away. Florian Wirtz shoots. Thibaut Courtois makes a big save. Florian with the corner. Let's see if we can have a different outcome here. Back post. Mark Guehi's there. Tries to get up to it. Chotard knocks it down. Arthur gets blocked. Guehi gets saved. Another corner again. Wirtz has it. Whipped. It's claimed by Courtois out of the air. We are 65 minutes in here. We need to make some substitutions. Or, you know what? I think I might do something else here. I'm going to switch to this formation. I'm going to put Bargnani up top. And take off Moreira for Bianacci and put him up top as well. Now these two play as advanced forwards off of Evan Ferguson. I'm going to take off Chotard for Philip Koft. Play him in the middle as libero. Coyote and Artnawari are good in their positions. Arthur, you can come off for Moscardo. David off for Mkhitaryan, who's very, very good in that box-to-box role. Actually, no, not Mkhitaryan, Gallagher. That is all the substitutes I'm going to make. We're going to push hard to try and win this game. Or at least get a draw out of it. Camavinga with a throw in. To Caicedo, to Mika Marmol. To Rodrigo. To Bellingham. Bellingham eyes up his options. Keeps going forward by himself. Can't get it past Trubin. Goes wide. Guehi the throw in to Bianacci. Has to go all the way back to Trubin to find some space. Trubin to Guehi. To Florian. He goes wide to Coyote. Goes up to top to Ferguson. He misses. Courtois takes it. Thibaut Courtois holds. He knows time is in his favor here, but he can't go short here. He has to boot it up towards Rodrigo, who loses the header. But Vinicius Jr. picks it up. He goes back to Valverde. To Rodrigo. Tries to go to Vinicius Jr., who has it in behind. Trubin makes a big stop on that one. Rodrigo. Back post. Evan Ndicka. Trubin claims it out of the air. Looks like a whole lot of nothing for the end of this match. Far from pleased with that result, guys. We should have at least put ourselves into a position where we could have scored a second match there. Could have scored a second goal with the same amount of shots we generated over an XG, 50% possession. Ferguson needs a rest. We won't be playing him in our next match against... And Chotard is out for the next match. That's fine. Florian, you won't be playing in this match. We need you rested. Connor, you can play for David in this one. Joris, you can come off for Kanechi. We'll be playing Philip Koft and Gabriel Moscardo in this match. Michael Coyote off. Reinhard Nawari off. Evan, you're not playing. We'll start Santiago up top. Clear out all of this. I will leave Trubin in net because I think having him in there is a good idea. We'll be able to help him build his sharpness and his confidence in a game that he should probably win pretty easily, to be honest. We will put Nathan on the bench. We'll put Arthur on the bench. We'll put Chotard on the bench because he can't play the next match anyway. Eric for sure needs to be on the bench. David can go on the bench. Teddy's still hurt. In a few weeks, we'll put Galetta and Travers on the bench. We'll put Riddell on the bench. Riddell's our actual backup keeper, to be fair. I think Riddell's probably as good as Travers is. Maybe a little bit better at this point. So, I think it's hard to argue that. Right, we have the other half here of the Champions League legs here. We have City, United, Napoli, and Bayern. And there's some matches in the Premier League as well. City are beating United, and Napoli and Bayern drew. Chelsea drew against Newcastle. Southampton beat Nottingham Forest. Burnley now has a chance at the bottom of the table to not be relegated. Crystal Palace are trying their best there as well. Aston Villa are no longer in danger, really. But our 14 points kind of puts us ahead of everyone else. And we kind of have a position now where I think we are... If we win this match against Leicester, I think we're basically in the gold to win the Premier League. This could have been a very good purchase for us. This guy's got that 4.5 star potential. He's got all the basis of a very, very good cam. Maybe you play him a little bit of striker. He might do very well. I think he's playing at an Icelandic team. No, he's playing at Denmark, actually. So is he Danish as well as Icelandic? No, he's actually just Iceland. Born in Skagastrand. Let's find out where that is. Gotta love those fun names, eh? Stag Astrand. That is odd. What is odd? He was born on the north coast of Iceland. The name? Oh, he's Icelandic. So he's essentially he's a lot of different countries. Porvaldsson? Yeah, so the P is pronounced, I think, like a... Actually, I'm not quite sure. So that's Icelandic ruins specifically. Hang on. Oh, I just typed in the wrong button there. Hang on. Icelandic names. If I go into his nickname here, I can copy this. Icelandic letters pronunciation. It's TH, so it's Thorvaldsson, basically. Thorvaldsson is actually pretty cool as a name. Andre Thorvaldsson. It's a good name, to give him credit. Thorvaldsson. Yeah, Thorvaldsson. It's a good name. I like it. That's crazy. I mean, welcome to Icelandic names. Especially, well, Norwegian, Swedish and Danish names aren't that difficult. However, names from Iceland specifically are difficult because they use more Old Norse than the newer Norse that Sweden, Denmark, and Norway use. Same with the Faroe Islands. The Faroe Islands have a lot of very interesting names. See? Same down here. They don't do easy names in that kind of in that area of the world. Right, we're up against the Foxes in Leicester. Sorry, you're in and out of convo work. Decided to say fuck you today. No worries. Tomorrow should be busy and Wednesday silent. I mean, listen, it's no worries. Thorvaldsen is signed for us. We now are the proud team that's paying his wages. He's getting a lot more money now. He's getting 30k per week as opposed to his 3.8k per week. So he's almost 10 times his wage in a single move, which is kind of ridiculous, but there you go. I mean, I stream 6 days a week, Shep, so you can find me here a lot. What did he call me? Shep, by the way. Fair. I mean, I could call you Fish, but I think Shep works. Or I could call you what Cody called you, just call you Fetish. I think that'd be funny as well. Shepherd Commander. Shepherd Commander. Right, do I need to play Rooney Bargnani and Moreira in this match? Probably not. They probably need a rest, to be honest. They probably do need a rotation, so we should probably do this and play Eric Holden up top and then keep Bargnani on the bench because he can play in all those positions. I think I'm happy with that. Mastoano very well might come off early, but he'll at the very least get a few minutes in this game. Okay, we got a highlight here. Mastoano out wide. Goes in the middle. Koft is there. Goes back to Mastoano, who shoots. Franco Mastoano has scored. Oh yeah, that's M's Emmy. Yeah, fair. I mean, we could just call you dead inside, right? Which is not too dissimilar from what you actually are, right? Oh, that's a... Oh, he was offside there. Could have coughed. Not a wrong statement. Fair, fair. But I'm sure people would be a little bit more weirded out if everyone started calling you dead inside. That seems a little bit more like, you know, that seems a little mean, I suppose would be the phrase. Mikitani finds Gallagher, who finds Mastuano out wide. Eyes up his options, goes back to Gallagher, finds Szymanski, who attacks and shoots. Sebastian Szymanski shoots and scores. Damn, why are they always insulting that person? True. True. Sebastian Szymanski with the aggressive move there and the well-placed shot into the side of the net. Aguirre, back post to McIntyre. Maturo nods it away. Lamptey is there. Lamptey to Camilo. Tries to shoot, blocked. Cortez has it, shoots. Juan Cortez skies it into the net. Coming into halftime. I wonder who'll be hit with the... Trubin was hit with the negative rating for that. This shouldn't even be close. Szymanski with the corner. Back post. Holden finds it. Eric Holden puts in his 12th goal of the season. Very nice. The big Dane doing good work up there. Mikitani kind of struggling. He's not had a very good stretch of form recently. Maybe I should talk to him after this match if he has another stinker. Bianacci to Holden. Goes back to Mikitani. Goes to Szymanski. To Mikitani. Finds Gabriel. Goes down the line to Bianacci. Pulls it back to Szymanski. To Bianacci again. Gets to the byline. Pulls it into Eric Holden, who shoots and scores. Eric Holden with the brace. Very nice. Good stuff, good stuff. Right, we are 75 minutes in here. I'm going to make some subs. Just because I feel like putting on a player who might need the fitness, like David here, over someone who is not feeling great like that. We'll put you on for... We'll bring on Galata for a game. Just because we can. Anybody else here we want to bring on? Not really. Not really. I think everyone's good. That'll do. Just to like switch out the people who will probably end up playing in our next game, we'll bring on Galata and David to let him play a little bit. Mikitani to Galata. Galeta. Mikitani. Mikitani out wide to Abanda. Abanda finds Mastuano in behind again. Shoots. Ooh. That lurker's work demands your attention, which is honestly rude of it. It works being very rude. You know? But okay, no worries. If you need to do stuff, you need to do stuff. I get it. Koft heads it down. Kasmiri tries to go across, and he does. He finds Camilo. Looks like it's going to count. That's some bad defending from our team on that one. We'll let the game run out. I think we're done here now. Yes, indeed. We have won the Premier League. Wow, I didn't think that would be confirmed, but we have officially won the Premier League after this match. Nathan Collins isn't here to lift it, so I think it'll be Florian, will it? If I'd known that, I probably would have put him on the bench. Another Premier League win for Wolverhampton Wanderers. Now it's time for me to update the save command. Has won 2 Premier Leagues. Very, very well done. Who's number 23? Oh, Maturo lifted it up. Wow, okay, cool. Absolutely brilliant, guys. Well done. Champions. So that now means I'll probably try and rotate the last few matches for the Premier League. We've now moved up in the for the all-time winners list. Sheffield Wednesday were on 4. We had 4. Now we have 5, which puts us tied with Newcastle, 1 below Sunderland, 2 below Chelsea, 2 below Aston Villa. We are closing in on our rivals Aston Villa. Hopefully when we leave the club, they might even eventually beat out Aston Villa at 7. Everton have 9, City have 10, Arsenal have 13, and Man United and Liverpool have 20 league titles. Holden had himself 2 goals. Very good stuff from him. You want the big favourites to win this competition. So that puts us now. Michael Coyote, Colin Gallagher, and Kenichi Mikitani's Premier League bonuses have been paid out. We are now the champions of the Premier League. So if I go to competitions here, there are 5 games left, meaning there are 15 points left on the table. 66 and 15 is 81, meaning if we lost out the rest of our games, we would still win the title. Hope is that doesn't happen. The hope is that we basically hammer through the rest of the year. Evan Ferguson wins the Golden Boot in the Premier League. He very well might win the Golden Boot in the Champions League as well with his 14 goals. There's a possibility there. He might win 2 Golden Boots in 1 year. We shall see. But now we have to go up against Real Madrid. So let us basically quick pick here. We'll do this. We will clear our entire team selection. Trubin goes in net. At right wing, we put Michael Coyote. Center back, we're going to have Nathan Collins and Mark Wahey. Left, we will have Ryan Knight-Nuori. Defensive mid, we will have Kenichi's the only one there who's ready. At the right, on box to box, we will have David. In the rowing playmaker position will be Florian Wirtz. Right wing will be Rooney Bargnani. Left wing will be Alfonso Moreira. And up top we will have Evan Ferguson. Our first substitute will be Mikael Riddell, followed by Arthur Tete and where's that other? Gabriel Mascardo. We will then have Alan Maturo and Cyril Mbanda, left back and right back substitutes. Then we will have to have Conor Gallagher, Szymanski, Santiago, Ricardo, Mastuano, Eric Holden. Teddy's out for a little while longer. George Rotard suspended for this match, so he's not available. Suppose we'll put Philip Koft on the bench in case we want to switch to that more offensive formation and have a libero in the back three. It's going to be a tough match here, though. We're down 1-0, meaning we need to win the match by a minimum 2 goals. If we tie 1-1, we go to extra time and then we go to penalties. So this is going to be a tough situation to go into. At least we're at home. We're at the Molyneux. So we do have that advantage. We didn't lose by too many goals on the way out. So now all we really care about is winning the Champions League. If we don't win the Champions League here, would I consider this a failure? Probably not, honestly. We won everything else we could. Coaching-wise, what do we need? Oh, that's tactical. Okay, so we need more technical. Probably could do with another attacking coach, maybe another defending coach as well. So let's take a look at this then, because we have a bunch of we now have a bunch of extra coaching slots. We want defending and attacking and technical. Wow. Jack Wilshere's a very, very good coach. He's currently the U18s manager at Arsenal. Alan Russell is the U18s manager at Southampton. Both of those guys want to be our U18s manager, which makes sense. I think the two of them would probably want to be in a position where they can, you know, learn. Young Italian coach who's very good. Okay, yeah, you're perfect. This guy's Dutch, who's also very good. Yep, that's two of our coaches. Two of our new coaches signed. He wants a lot more money, but I'll see if I can get him for $6 grand. There we go. Extra year, $6 grand, perfect. Who's this guy? I mean, he's not bad by any stretch of the imagination. So that's 2 of our 3 coaches filled. Let's see if there is a really, really good fitness coach. Oh. Yep. If we could sign this guy, I'd be very happy. That's all of our coaches signed. Our U18 staff. Do they need a manager? Who is our manager of the U18 staff? Yeah, you are very good. so I think it's only fair we kind of keep you. We do have coaches missing though, so unless you're willing really to be a U18's coach. Nope, okay. Same with you, you'd have to be a U18's coach. Andy Boy and Richard L. Jenkins played together. There was a draw. I mean, it's an extra point, I suppose. Keeps them in the potential to not have to worry about going into the playoffs. But unless they end up at the top of the league, it's not going to happen. They're saying we should win this match. Barely, but we should win this match. Szymanski and Holden both going to Premier League Players of the Week. I think we also had some scouts to sign, I think. So if I go to my... Yeah, we have 2 scouts to sign as well. Let's do that too before we leave. Let's leave Wolves in the best position we can by getting them a bunch of really, really good staff. Scout, judging player ability and potential, and adaptability really high. You're at Galatasaray. You're also very good. We would not have you be our chief scout, though. He's okay with that. He's happy with me. There's a guy here at NYFC. Fantastic. 2 scouts signed. This guy has a lot of knowledge. A lot of knowledge. That sounds good to me. Okay, so United beat City and Bayern have beaten Napoli. So if we win, I believe, if we go to our quarterfinal second leg here. So if we win, and then I go to this here tree, we would face off against Barcelona so far, assuming Inter doesn't win by at least 2 goals, or they draw and then go to penalties and then Inter beats them on penalties. We would then face off one of United or Bayern in the final. So there are options. There are options here. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. All right, we have this Real Madrid match. This might be very well the last match we manage with Wolves in the Europa in the Champions League. We've signed a bunch of players. Sorry, we've signed a bunch of staff now to help out with the club when we're gone. I am curious who they're going to use to replace me, Honestly, that'll be the most interesting thing, who they hire for the new manager. It's always the most interesting when you see when you leave a club, who they bring in to replace you. You have a bunch of options, obviously enough. Okay. They're suggesting we put Conor Gallagher there instead of David, which probably isn't a bad idea, given Conor has a much better relationship with Mkhitaryan, and he plays well with Florian. Collins and Guehi play well together. Ferguson up top on his own. Absolute animal up there, so he is. We'll see how this goes. We owe Real Madrid after last game. They're playing the exact same formation. We're playing the exact same formation. We have options. Moreira loses the ball. Gallagher picks it up to Aït-Nouri to Mkhitaryan. Mkhitaryan goes out wide to Michael Coyote. Michael Coyote cuts inside to the box. Eyes up options. Goes out wide to Aït-Nouri on the left. Aït-Nouri gets around his defender. Tackle. Aït-Nouri goes down. Gertrude, penalty's been awarded. I think Evan's taking this penalty. Correct, he is. Evan Ferguson against Thibaut Courtois. Evan Ferguson steps into it. Thibaut Courtois saves. Florian Wirtz with a corner. Back post Ferguson. Courtois comes out to claim it. Ferguson eyeing down Courtois after that save. Rooney whips it, back post. Evan Ferguson gets it back. 41st goal of the season for Evan. He missed a penalty 7 minutes ago. He's now put in a goal past Thibaut Courtois. The man is human. The fans are in raptures here. Trubin to Collins. Collins attacking, finds space to move into. Pulls it back to Coyote. Goes in the middle to Mkhitaryan. Mkhitaryan goes back to Trubin to reset. Press was quite hard there. Collins to Coyote. Coyote cuts inside a little, finds Rooney on the overlap. Rooney shoots and puts it into the bottom corner. Is it going to count? There is no VAR check. Rooney Bargnani has put Wolves over Real Madrid. At this point, Wolverhampton Wanderers are going through. Another corner kick taken by Rooney here. Ferguson can't find it. Coyote nods it away. Guehi gets to it. Finds Nathan. Nathan eyes up his options. Goes out wide to Rooney. Rooney finds Ferguson. Ferguson shoots and scores. Is he onside on this one? Doesn't look like it. There's a VAR check. Guehi just goes past everybody and puts it in low and hard. Okay then. Sure. I'm not going to argue with that at all. Good lord. Mark Guehi. Thibaut Courtois can't seem to stop us now. Right. We are going to take off Alfonso. No, his injury seems to have gone away at this point, so we'll let him play out till halftime, and then we'll take him off. Just back from a meeting, seeing you beat Real Madrid makes you happy. Very nice. Very nice. Evan missed a penalty, and we're still winning. We'd be up 4-0 right now if it wasn't for the fact that Evan missed a penalty really early on. And that's made me kind of upset that the fact that Evan couldn't put that penalty away. But hey, we're still winning. So Florian, corner kick, back post. No one can win it. It's headed away. Moreira's there. Moreira gets to the byline. Pulls it in. Evan and Dickon nods it away. Coyote to Gallagher. Over across Knight Nawari, who first time shoots it. Ryan Knight Nawari puts it into the top left-hand corner of the net. No way for Thibaut to get to that one. We're taking off Alfonso Moreira at this point. He has a small injury. I think he's bruised his calf muscle. We'll take him off. Doesn't really need to be here right now. We'll keep him fit and ready for our next game. This will put us through to facing, I believe, Barcelona in the next game. And now we are 70 minutes in, so we're going to make a few more subs. We're going to take off Evan, just to give him a rest. Take off Rooney as well. I'm going to take off Mark Guehi because he's got a yellow. We're going to bring on Cyril Banda because we don't want Michael Coyote picking up a yellow, because that would mean that we would lose him for the next match. Courtois doesn't have an easy option to go to here with the press from all his forward players. He boots it up. Rodrigo is there, but he loses it to Mark Guehi. Verts to Gallagher. Out wide to Coyote. Coyote's moving forward. Finds Ferguson in behind. Miss. He's offside, so it wouldn't have counted either way, but still it would have been nice to see another goal from Ferguson there before he gets taken off for the rest of the game. Subs have been made. We're at the 83rd minute here. They've made some substitutes. Can't quite seem to find anything though. 4 minutes of added time and it is done. Arthur looks like he picked up a knock at the end there as well. Well done, everyone. Very, very good. Very, very good. Performance was complete. We hammered them 4-0. Barcelona beat Inter. Sorry, Barcelona actually lost to Inter 2-3, but it means that they got through on aggregate by a goal. Arthur's bruised his ankle. He's out for a few days. That's fine. We got Barcelona in the Champions League. Ryan Knight Nawari playing an absolute stormer that game. Let's take a look at the qualifying for Europe, actually. The qualifiers here. We are top of the league there. Our next games are in June 2029, so in the summer. So I hope Ferguson doesn't get hurt in the meantime. That's the only thing that I'm like, if he gets hurt and he can't play in those games, we for sure won't get through. We got Barcelona now, who I don't think have the same players they used to anymore. I think Lewandowski retired at the end of last year. Let's take a look at their lineup, shall we? And the key player is Rodri, who's 26 at this point in the year, this point in the save. Incredible talent. Very, very good talent. Lacks a little physically, but mentally and technically, he is one of the best players in the world. As for the rest of the squad, let's take a look at the senior squad, shall we? They have Marc-Andre ter Stegen still in net. He's 36 years of age. I think he moved here, did he? Back in 2014-15. So he's been here for a long time, and he's kind of the way out. It looks like he's having a really relatively low year for this for him. They have a 20-year-old Spanish center back who is very good, but not great in the air. So we can probably beat him out in that sense. Alejandro Balde, left back, very, very good left back. They have Frankie de Jong in midfield. Very, very good midfielder. Very, very good ball-winning midfielder. Very, very good technical defensive midfielder. They have Mateus Cunha, who we sold to them a couple of years ago now, who will be playing us. We sold him for nearly 40 million. Did good stuff for us. Mateus Cunha helped us get to Europe in a couple seasons. Did very well for us. They have Pedri there. They have Julian Castellvelli, who is another Belgian and forward who is fast but not much else. And they have Mark Gulu, who is the leading goal scorer. I think they have for their what's it called, for the brain you're struggling, for the Champions League. They also have Heung-min Son on the bench, who's wanted by a bunch of Saudi teams probably for one more year. He's no longer the speedster he was, but he is at the very least still very technically gifted, still an incredible player. I'd play him as probably as a false nine, to be honest, but he's not physically adept enough really to start games anymore. More than capable of being a good off the bench player though. Cool. We have Nottingham Forest in 17th up next. How close are we to the end? We have 4 games left in the Premier League. 5. We have 5 games left in the Premier League. We won the Premier League in a match against Leicester. We beat Leicester 4-2 or 4-1, I think. And that was the game that gave us the Premier League. So we've beaten out on basically everybody. We are 22 points. We are 16 points ahead of Arsenal with 15 points left to gain. So we've essentially now all that's left to do is go through the rest of the Premier League games, play in this quarterfinal against in the semi-final against Barcelona, and then after that we're done basically. We're going to then do out the rest of the time here that we have, and then we will resign in the summer once the season is ticked over. So yeah, we're closing in on the end of our time at Wolves. We've got 5 Premier League games left. We've got the maximum of 3 Champions League games left, because I think it's 2-legged semi-final and then a single final. We don't have any cup finals to go to because we've not been in the FA Cup. So we're essentially good to go. Sorry, what was the question? I'll go with that one. I mean, I won't be here in the summer, so if Guardiola decides to make an offer for Bargnani, then I guess you'll find out. Profit and loss, we lost nearly 42 million. Liverpool, United, Bristol, City and Leicester are the only teams who made profit this year. We have one of the biggest deficits in the league. However, that doesn't mean that our club is in the... Well, it means that our club essentially isn't making enough money year over year to keep ourselves in this position without selling a player or two here and there. We have multiple players in our squad, though, who are valued at over 100 million, so 1 or 2 sales of those players and we would basically see that money go right up and we wouldn't need to worry about it anymore. I do like that I'm still a part of Yusuf Yazici's favourite personnel. So we have Nottingham Forest, Leeds have Burnley. This is probably a match where we will play an entire rotated squad. And I'm not really going to care if we win or lose this match. So Trubin off for Riddell, Koft on Arthur, on Gabriel Moscardo, on Alan Maturo, on Cyril Lambanda, on David, on Szymanski, on Santiago Bianacci, on Mastuano, on Eric Holden, on Cool. Next up is an okay Crystal Palace, an okay Nottingham Forest team, but I think the team that we're putting out here is more than good enough to win. If not, we'll bring on somebody who can help us win near the end of the match. Not too worried about it. Winner home games, no excuses. Happy with our preparation. Cool, let's do this. Getting ourselves a lovely guard of honor from Nottingham Forest here at home. The Premier League winners. Oh, they have Kusov. Is he on loan? That's one of our older players. Yeah, he's joining Nottingham Forest permanently soon. How much did they spend on him? Because I'm pretty sure we had a a deal in that transfer for like a Salon or something. Maybe I'm stupid, but that's Kusov. That's one of our old players again. And so is Morgan Gibbs White. He didn't play for me, but he is a Wolves boy. Was raised at the Wolves Academy. Stolarski boots it up. Arthur nods it down to Mastuano. He's in an odd position there, but fair enough. Arthur finds Tismansky. Has to go back to Stolarski. Abanda picks up the ball, finds David in the middle. David attacks, pulls it back to Abanda. Abanda goes in the middle to Bianacci. Bianacci finds Tismansky, who goes wide to Maturo. Maturo gets past his defenders, finds Bianacci opposite post, rattles off the crossbar, saved, goes in again. Stolarski's back on his feet in time. Holden with a good pass to Bianacci. Bianacci goes out wide to Mastuano. Mastuano gets past his defender. Mastuano pulls it in low and hard. Holden gets deflected. Kusov blocks it. Szymanski. Back post. Kusov heads it away. Gabriel Moscardo lets it go out for a throw-in. Stolarski's playing really well in their net. He's made 5 saves now. Haven't had much else go on right now, but we have a throw in here. Abanda's holding it. To Fratesi to Bianacci. Bianacci steps in, shoots. Ooh, wide. Maturo to Szymanski. Szymanski goes back to Arthur to take time. Arthur goes in the middle to Gabriel. Gabriel finds Holden. Has to go back to Gabriel. Goes out wide to Abanda. Abanda attacks down the wing. Pulls it into Bianacci. Tries to go across, but no one's there. Abanda's there, though. Finds Bianacci, who shoots and puts it into the top corner. Santiago Bianacci finding himself a goal. Very nice. Well done, guys. Mescal. Maturo heads it away. Mescal shoots. Not even close. Mastuano has it. Back to Maturo to Szymanski in the middle. Szymanski to Arthur. Arthur attacks. Finds space, takes it. Keeps going, shoots. Ooh, wasn't too far wide on that one. Suggesting we make some subs here. I'll wait till around the 80th minute. Szymanski's taking a corner. Back post. Ooh, Kampf nearly had that one. Right, we'll make some subs now. Arthur, you can come off for Mark Guehi. Kenichi, you can come on for David. Gabriel, you can come off for George Chotard. Ricardo Galata, you can come on for Sebastian. I'm happy enough with those changes. It makes 4 of our 5 subs. The players who we have on the bench now are players who we want to keep fit. Holden tries to go for the header but can't quite get to it. Guehi picks up the loose ball. Galata has it. Tries to shoot it. Shoots it straight into someone's face. Guehi finds Bianacci with a fantastic pass. Stolarski makes a stop there to take the breath out of anyone. Bianacci whips it. Maturo can't get to it. Galeta's there to pick up the loose ball. Goes to Mikitani, uses the space. Finds Mbanda out wide. That's the end. That is a 1-0 win over Nottingham Forest. Very solid. Nice victory. Well done, guys. We won. I'm happy enough with that, with the rotated team. Man United beat Arsenal as well. So, yeah, we're basically confirmed. Boule wants a new contract for Riddell. You know what, Riddell? You can be our backup for sure. You won't get a wage rise or league games, but I will give you 75k a week right now. And you will end up playing for France more than likely, given Thibaut Courtois. No, who is France's goalkeeper? Who is your goalkeeper right now? Oh, this guy? Yeah, you'll 100% be better than this guy really soon. Also, why are none of these guys given... This is fucking weird. Josh Retired has a face in game. Like, I've seen these guys with faces before. What the fuck? What the fuck? Something weird going on there. But Raquel will for 100% be in the top French goalkeepers. He will 100% get that. The Premier Division, if we win it, I'll give you 300,000. I'll give you a loyalty bonus right now of 3 million. I'll give your agent 250k. He's happy with that. I'm more than happy with that, to be honest. That's a good deal for him. Probably means Mark Travers is on his way out, but maybe we'll try and keep Mark around for a little while longer. He's only just signed a 4-year deal. He'll be like 33 at the end of that deal. So if the manager who comes in decides to sell him, then it won't be on me. Yeah, happy with that. Tactics-wise, we're going to put on a full 11 now, so it's probably easier to do it this way, to be honest. Just do quick pick and then clear entire team selection. Trubin, then Coyote, then Nathan Collins, then Mark Guehi, then Ike Nwori on the left, then Kenichi Mikitani there, then Conor Gallagher there, Florian Wirtz there, Wendy Bargnani, and Alfonso Moreira, and then Evan Ferguson up top. With Arthur on the bench, with Mikel Riddell also on the bench, probably, given that we need the keeper substitute. Santiago will go there. Oh, we play Chelsea next. Okay, yeah. Who's the match after Chelsea? Is the match after Chelsea our first leg against Barcelona? It is. It's 3 days after that game. To be fair, the guys have just didn't play a game, so I think we should be okay at playing a mostly starting 11. I think. You already won the league, best to rest of you. Yeah, I'd like to win as many games as possible, though, right? Like, I wanna try and get like Actually, let me check something real quick. What is our actual record finish? Results? No. League positions. Overview, maybe? Might be in here. Oh, most points in the season is 103 when we were in the championship. So I don't think we can meet that. No, we can't. We can't get to centenary seasons. But I would like to win a few more games, just to try and, you know, try and do something with it. Largely because I think it'd be kind of cool to just be like, oh yeah, we won a bunch of games and we did really well this season. I mean, 103 points is a lot of points. It was in the League One, I think that was. Or was it in the Championship? It might have been in one of the two. I think it might have been in the Championship. That was kind of when we were making our swing back towards the Premier League, back when we had ended up getting kicked all the way down to League One. Happy enough with that. We for sure have the possibility here, though, of like winning a bunch of games that we kind of need to win. Largely because I would like to get through this season and be able to be like, yeah, we won a bunch of games in our last year. We did a bunch of things that that people didn't expect from us. We did an absolutely banger over time. You know, like, my argument isn't that we shouldn't rest players because we still have games that mean something. We should do it because it keeps me like integral. Like, you know, it's one of those things where I'm like, oh yeah, we can 100%, you know, like, how do I put this? We can 100% still do very, very well, even when it doesn't necessarily matter as much. I'd like to get to around, you know, 95 points, basically. If we hit 95 points, I'm like, okay, that's a really, really good finish in the Premier League. That leaves us in a very, very good position for the future, because obviously I won't be here next year. So I want to leave the club in the best position I can leave them in. A lot of our players are on decent enough length deals. There aren't very many players on our squad who would, you know, leave essentially for no reason. I do like how Yusuf Yazici and Evan Ferguson are both in the icons section. Lorenzo Luca's still there. There's no one else there who we recognize from our save, but it's ourselves, it's Yusuf Yazici and Evan Ferguson, who are both sitting in the icons section. Finances will be fine once we get our big boost from the end of season, like, money putouts. We've already won the Premier League, so that money is basically already in the gold. Going into your title Saturday with Barca, you're at home. You've won every home game this season, but you've lost to Barca in the last 5 games you played them. That sounds like an excellent time to find out which is stronger, your home form or Barcelona. Mikel Riddell has signed a new deal. Very nice. So, Riddell is undoubtedly going to be France's keeper pretty soon. He is very talented. He's grown a lot since he's come here. He's improving every year, essentially. I think he could be. I don't think he's going to be as good as Trubin is for a while. It'll probably be like another year, 2 years before he gets to that point. I'd also like to see his reactions improve above 14. I'd like to see that around 15, 16. And that would be when I'd be pretty happy with him. As a keeper, at least. I like my keepers to be shot stoppers, primarily. If you're decent at distribution, like Anthony Truman has good passing, he's got good first touch, he's got good kicking. He's not got terrible throwing, but it's not his preferred way to distribute the ball. But I would always prefer players have decent enough, a goalkeeper have good reflexes and good area reach to at the very least be able to stop a shot, you know. Right, we got Chelsea now. If we're winning in the first half, I will literally just take off a bunch of players and be like, I don't care if we end up losing this match at the end or drawing it, as long as we don't, as long as we do ourselves a good time here and all of our team stays fit and healthy. We also been first all season, and a loss here will drop me to second going into the final day. Ooh, that's not what you want. We've lost 3 matches all season. We lost to Arsenal, lost to Man United, and lost to Burnley. We lost to Burnley in this stream. I knew I would have throw in far side. Wirtz finds Mkhitaryan in the middle. Mkhitaryan shoots. Hermansen has to make a save. But if you win the league. Well, what if you draw? Do you have to go to the final day? Rooney crosses it. Reece James nods it away. Coyote goes to get the ball. Into the highlight. There is a throw in here for Aït-Nouri. Florian. Back to Wirtz. Aït-Nouri to Wirtz again. Florian's in a dangerous position. He wires it. Florian Wirtz has uncapped his goal-scoring boots. He's now up to 6 after only being on 3 a little while ago in the year. That puts us 1 up against Chelsea. We score another one here before halftime. I'll be making some subs. Rooney, Gallagher finds Ferguson. Ferguson in a good position to find Michael Coyote. Michael Coyote cuts in, back post. Moreira tries to get it in, but Hermansen saves. Reece James hits it away to Sterling. Sterling can't get past Aït-Nouri. Moreira has a lower rating there, I think, because of the fact that he absolutely sponged that attempt there. I will make some subs here at halftime. You draw will lead final day where you're away to Zaragoza in 8th and Barcelona at home to Bilbao in 9th. I see. Passing's good so far. I will take off Rooney and Moreira. Mark is going to come off because he's on a yellow. And that's all the subs I'll make at halftime. Those are players who we put a lot of pressure on to run a lot. So I think taking them off at halftime is a good idea. Collins to Coyote, down to Bianacci, to Gallagher in the middle. Gallagher pulls it back to Bianacci. Bianacci eyes up options, being pressed here quite heavily. Finds Aït-Nouri out left. Aït-Nouri cuts inside, shoots. Hermansen saves. Wirtz. Corner kick. Aims for the back post. Can't get it to anyone. Not it down. Bianacci puts it in dangerous again. Coyote has it. He pulls it back to Bianacci, who's on his own. Finds Gallagher. Gallagher steps in. Wirtz has to go back to Mkhitaryan. Gets a pass Ratkov to Gallagher. Antonio Silva passes it back. And it is now a dangerous chance here for Chelsea. But Nathan Collins wins it away. 65 minutes in here. $70. We're going to take off Ferguson at this point. Have him fit and ready. Same with Aït-Nouri, because Aït-Nouri has... Unfortunately, he's not the best physically. He tends to wear himself out with all the running he has to do. So Maturo will come on for him. Maturo to Wirtz. Wirtz to Maturo. Gets past his defender. Finds someone in the middle. Collins is there to get the loose ball. Finds Coyote to Mikitani in the middle. Goes back to Collins to reset. Collins attacks through the middle. Finds Holden. Has to go back to Arthur. Arthur out wide to Maturo. Attacks past his defender. Pulls it back to Florian. Florian turns, shoots. Oh, rattles it off the inside of the crossbar and then unfortunately bounces out. '80th minute. Leicester are drawing against Leeds. Liverpool are beating Aston Villa. Norwich are beating Arsenal. 6 minutes of added time. 2 minutes left. 1 minute. Highlight here. Maturo has it. Eyes up his options. Goes to Florian. Florian finds Szymanski. He goes to Gallagher, who finds Bianacci. Oh, hits it off the crossbar. Deflection goes right back out. And Kunku's trying to chase this down, but Arthur gets it, puts it up towards Szymanski, and that'll be the end of this game. Whew. Wolves could have had 3 or 4 goals in this game if not for hitting all the posts, but they still won. Still a good game for Wolves. We got Barcelona up next. So let me just go to my my squad here. No, sorry, tactics, that's what I'm looking for. I think everyone will be ready for a full go of it. Is there anyone else here I should put on the bench? I will stick Mastuano on the bench. He's not played terribly. He's been pretty reliable so far. I'll slap him on the bench and he can play a few more games. Nice. He's joining Columbus. Okay. All looks good. You got Barcelona now. Nice. Homegrown at the club. You've lost your first home game of the season. I'm sorry, buddy. Everyone's ready. Cool, cool. Let's do it. Still have an outside shot of Bilbao can still draw. Well, good luck. We are at home, so let's see how this goes, shall we? Barcelona playing Wolverhampton Wanderers. This is Frankie de Jong over a corner kick. Sorry, over a free kick in a dangerous area. He's onside. That was a hell of a play to create space there. We're playing Mateus Cunha in an attacking mid position. Interesting. Didn't expect that. Ait Nawari with a throw in far side. Moreira goes back to Mark Guehi. Mark Guehi runs with it. Passes it to Collins, who is available. Collins goes to Gallagher. Finds Rooney on the overlap. Rooney in behind. Misses the net. Marc-Andre ter Stegen dove at it. Thought it was going to go in. Looking for more of that. That'd be nice. Throw in far side for Barcelona to Frankie to Cunha. Cunha shoots. I mean, he tried. They're playing very narrow. I'm going to trap them outside. Moreira to Wirtz. Wirtz to Nawari to Mkhitaryan, who has some space. Mkhitaryan loses it to Castellelli, but he gets it right back to Nawari. Nawari finds Moreira, who turns, passes. Ferguson is in behind. Dangerous. He shoots, scores. Is it going to count? This will put him to 42 goals for the year. If it does, you'd need 10 more goals to hit Steve Bull's record, but it's not going to count this game. That's the first half whistle. 1-0 down. Show me something else in the second half, guys. Come on. Give me something different here. Balde. Throw into Rodrigo. Frankie de Jong. Tries to go out wide. Cunha immediately turns and shoots. It goes over the crossbar. Florian, you're coming off versus Bastion. Ryan, you're coming off for Alain. Evan, you're going to play as a complete forward for the rest of this match. And I will leave it at that. Send it. If I need to, I will change up what our backline looks like. I will change us to a 5-2-3 narrow to overwhelm their center backs. Ter Stegen makes a big save there on Moreira's free kick. Szymanski whips it. Guay can't get to it, but he was there dangerously. Moreira to Maturo. Maturo goes back post. Balde nods it away. Szymanski's there, though. He whips it the other side. Moreira puts it into the middle. Ferguson's there. Can't get it past Rodrigo. Gallagher. Mark Goulou passes it back to Ter Stegen. He goes up. And Nani heads it in. Mark heads it down. Frankie has it. Alright, we're changing things up here. Switch to our second tactical formation. Mikitani off for Philip Koft in the middle as the libero. Szymanski, you're going to be a advanced playmaker on support now. Moreira, you're going to go invert. Well, Moreira is probably going to come off now in a second because we're going to put these two guys up next to there. Take you off for Bianacci, who we're going to play as an advanced forward. Same with Bargnani. Coyote, you can come off for Cyril. Gutierrez here with a throw in. Gavi's there. Goes back to Frankie. Frankie. Gallagher makes a big tackle there. Stops the offensive push, but Frankie still has the ball. Aguni attacks down the wing. Whips it in. Lamine Yamal. Mark Guay heads it over the bar. Lautaro Martinez has just become the manager of AC Milan in your save. That's an interesting option, I suppose. Oh, Cyril's hurt. I don't have a sub for him. Okay, well, I guess we're playing without a right back. Aguni to Kayunde, to Rodrigo, to Frankie. Nathan heads it down. Goes out to Maturo, loses it to Gavi. My God, we can't hold on to the ball. Quarterback loses it to Collins, who immediately just boots it away to Gutierrez, which honestly, that's not a bad decision given that we don't have a right back to support him. Goes back to Ter Stegen. Ter Stegen goes up into the same position. Collins heads it down. Ferguson has it. Ferguson cuts out wide, cuts into the middle to Rooney. Rooney Bargnani has scored. Ties us up at 1-1. Highly deserved from us, I think, there. Nathan Collins doing a lot of the hard work on that one. 6 minutes of added time. Gutierrez corner. Gavi, Rodrigo can't keep it down over the crossbar. Goal kick. We got Gutierrez on another corner here. Rodrigo. Rodri scores on the corner. Leaves us down 2-1. Bilbao lost 4-0, and with that, your time at Valencia is over. I don't think we're going to be winning the Champions League here at Wolves, unfortunately. Lucky boys. I'm not going to be too harsh on them on that one. So what we need to do now is win a game at Barcelona by a minimum of 1 goal. That's the only real option we have right now. Rooney, you can come off for Santiago. Alfonso off for Szymanski. Evan off for Eric. Connor off for David. George retired on for Kenichi. Ryan off for Alamaturo. We don't really have a right back substitute anymore, so I guess Kenichi, you're playing right back for a little bit, which is fine as a rotationary option. We have West Ham up next. Right. Ooh. Hugh Horsel's potential has jumped up a little bit. Same with Balaji and with Swaggers. Everybody else looks pretty good. Happy enough with that. Speak good English. Okay. Right, we want a fully fit starting 11 for Barcelona because we obviously need to win by at least a goal. We need... Oh, another brace for Anto. Very nice. 14 goals for them. We want to see... Not too worried about this game, honestly. So, Florian, you can come off. Who are we going to play there? Teddy's back in a few days. We'll do this. We'll put you there. We'll put Chotard there. We'll put Gallagher there. No, we'll do that. That makes more sense, I think. Let's do it. Probably should also have started Riddell in this game, to be fair. Lyon got relegated in your save. They finished last. Wow. Olympique Lyon. Damn. I'm going to put this to only commentary because honestly I just want this game out of the way. We don't really need to worry about it anymore. It's like West Ham have just scored. We brought it back. Gallagher passes it to Chotard, who bounces it off of Yusuf, puts it into Iheanacho, who makes a good touch and puts it low and hard. Very nice. Gallagher to David, puts it down to Bianacci, who shoots and puts it in the top corner again. Very nice stuff. Okay, we're up 2-0. Well, we're up 2-1, so no real worries. They sacked 3 managers over the course of the season. Their highest position was 16th. Oh my god. Go to Olympique Lyon and drag them back up into Ligue 1 and see how quickly you can get them up to the top of Ligue 1. Because that would be a pretty interesting move. This actually feels slower than just having it on key highlights. Rushworth makes a save. It is absolutely slower than just having it on key highlights. Oh my goodness. A lot of shots so far, I'm happy. You guys keep going. I'll probably sub off Chotard and Gallagher at some point. Probably Collett and Guehi as well. David over the top to Bianacci, finds him. Holden. Ooh, Holding gets blocked. You're waiting for the official end of the season to resign and apply. I'd apply, and if you get the job, leave. Because you might not get the opportunity to take it if you don't apply for it now. Somebody else might take it from you. So if I end up in a situation where, like, I find a job that's really, really good for me before the end of the actual season, I'll apply to it. There's also the club from the town you stayed in Switzerland. I mean, that would be kind of cool, but Switzerland's a very different league. It's not nearly as good as you'd expect it to be. Humphreys intercepts, but Gallagher gets it right back. Maturo finds Szymanski out wide. Szymanski is in a dangerous spot for him. He goes to Chotard on the edge of the box. Tackled. Might be a penalty. I doubt it, but it might be. Ooh, penalty's been awarded. Who's taking this? David's taking it. Save. Humphreys in a dangerous position with a free kick, but Trubin clutches it out of the air. Trubin wasting some time here. Rolls it out to Guehi. Finds Szymanski. Out to Gallagher in the middle. Gallagher finds Bianacci. Bianacci, ooh, misses. Szymanski to Maturo to David. Finds Holden, turns and shoots. Eric Holden with his 14th goal of the season. Eric Holden's not done bad this year. Okay, we're going to make some subs at this point. We're going to take off Nathan for Arthur, and we're going to bring on Gabby as well. We're going to take off Alan Maturo. No, we're not. We're going to leave him on. We're going to take off Conor Gallagher. Connor's got the ability to bounce back in a few days, so he'll be fine. We will bring on Galata, however, for David, just to give David a rest. And anyone else who needs to come off? Chotard, maybe? Yeah, happy enough with that. Holden does a good job there, turning and shooting that across back the goalkeeper. Bianacci. Gabriel Moscardo to Goleta, who goes out wide to Maturo. Maturo pulls it back to Goleta, who goes to Gallagher to Szymanski. Szymanski to Kuft, to Gallagher, to Bianacci, who buries his hat-trick. Very good. Bonda. Out wide to Helme. I think he's offside. Yep. Right, that's the end of this match. Very good win. We got a hat-trick from a backup player. Desperately needed, honestly. Teddy might be available for our next game too, which would be nice to have him back. Bristol, Leicester, relegated. Nottingham Forest might not be relegated. Might be relegated. Burnley might make it through on the fact they beat us. So today I'll be going as long as it takes me to get to the actual end of the season. So if it's a case of, you know, we lose here to Barcelona or we lose on penalties or whatever else, I will stream the rest of the matches and then we will eye up who our next team is. Oh shit! Kidderminster won the Vanarama National. Sorry, hang on. I didn't realize this has happened. So, those of you who aren't aware, this is a bit of a shout out here for people in the chat who might be lounging right now and listening. There are certain clubs in football and soccer that have other clubs that are what are referred to as affiliates. So these are teams that maybe get a monetary contribution, or they get players for cheaper, or they are there to, sort of help the team that your team is to develop better players. One of our affiliates is Kidderminster Harriers, who are in a team that's actually pretty close, like geographically, to where Wolves are, which is why they are affiliated. They have been promoted now from the Vanarama National because they've won the Vanarama National, which I didn't expect them to do. There was a point there where they were there was a point there where they kind of hovered around 9th, 10th, and then they sort of took off after that. They were first, basically, for the last few matches of the year. They are now essentially going to be booted up into into Sky Bet League 2, where I hope they get some help from the rest of from Wolves in that position, so they get a few more loans. Job hunt today or tomorrow, we will eye up jobs. So today we will finish up everything. We will do the last few matches in the Premier League, do this Barcelona match. If we win it, we will play the Champions League final, and then we will essentially decide. We'll go to the point where the season swap over happens, which isn't too late after the final, basically. At which point we will decide who we might look at, who we might apply to, and then tomorrow I will do the actual job hunting, and we will move on and see if we can't find ourselves a good player, a good place to go to. We've won April Player of the month. Chris Moore is in charge of Man City. He was their assistant manager, then their caretaker manager, and now is their interim manager. Bayern have beaten United, so if we win in this match, we will be playing Bayern in the final. You guys ready? I think I am. Playing the exact same formation, the exact same players. Got a corner kick here. Rooney's taking it, goes to Moreira. It's intercepted by Lamine Yamal. Goes out wide to Pedri. Pedri goes to Castellani. He's in behind. Julian Castellani has scored. This leaves us in a dangerous position. We're immediately going to switch things up here and try something different. We need to score at minimum now 2 goals in order to get ourselves through. If we can't do this, it's basically it. We're done. That's how it goes. We are no longer in the Champions League. We didn't win the FA Cup to finish the year. We have no other chances. You would be. You're enjoying your holiday in Mallorca. Fair enough. Rodrigo shoots. Trubin stops it. Pedri, corner kick. Eugenie over the crossbar. We've not really had any kind of chances or anything like that here. Come on, guys. I need something from you. Come on. Give me something here. Lamine Yamal with another corner. Goes to Castellani. Goes back to Lamine Yamal. Being pressed heavily there. Has to go to Frankie de Jong. Goes back to Lamine Yamal. Yamal tries to push it in. Can't. Castellani has to pull it back. To Frankie. To Rodrigo. To Koundé. Coyote takes it away from him. Come on, guys. Give me something. Don't just have this be the end of it, like. Ter Stegen. Taking a goal kick. Goes to Koundé. Intercepted by Moreira. Alfonso Moreira has brought us back. We need 1 more goal to bring this to penalties. 2 more to win it. I'm leaving it on very attacking. At this point, it doesn't really matter if we let in another goal. We just need to score. Show me something else in that second half, guys. Got a corner kick here from Pedri. Gallagher nods it away. Castellani's there. Puts it back to Pedri. Castellani shoots. It's deflected. Not in. Ferguson has it. Goes to Rooney. Is knocked down there. That should be a yellow. But it's not. Coyote. To Gallagher. Back to Coyote. Lamine Yamal takes it away. I don't know what everyone's doing there. He puts it into the middle. Trubin claims it out the air. Trubin rolls it out to Guehi. Goes over to Collins. Collins goes into the middle. Okay, guys. Stop being so fucking cheeky. That could have cost us a goal there if it wasn't for the fact that they missed. Koundé's taking a corner. To Balde, to Ageni, back to Balde, to Pedri, to Balde out wide. Being pressed down hard there by Ferguson. Lamine Yamal has it into Mark Willie in the middle. That's it. We're done. It's 4-2. Unless we score 2 goals in the next 30 minutes, that's the end of this game. That's the end of our time at Wolves. The end of our time in the Champions League. Reverse to Shotard. Shotard to Moreira. Moreira finds Rooney. Rooney gets around a defender. He scores. Okay, we have time still. We still need another goal. Pedri to Arudio. Into the middle. Turns, shoot. Trubin turns it wide. What a big save from him. Pedri. He nods it away. Lamine Yamal's there. Back to Pedri. Pedri goes back to Lamine Yamal. Lamine Yamal has scored. They're up 2 goals again. I mean, I don't really know what to tell these people. Other than I think I've tried my best here. I think I've done as good as I can at this club, really. I don't know what else I could do, really, other than figure out why Evan Ferguson has such cold streaks at times. That's the end of this match. Gallagher's picked up a lower leg injury, so we're going to put on David for him. Coyote to Collins. To Coyote. To David in the middle. Can't get past Frankie de Jong. Mark Gilu. Up to Gavi. Pulls it in the middle. Adam Karabic has scored. We have lost this game 4-2. We're done here. Nothing else really to say about it, to be honest. I don't know what else to tell you guys other than this is an unfortunate situation where we've lost to a team that just played better than us. Consolation goal there from Rooney, I think. Yep, consolation goal. We need to score 2 more goals in the next 10 minutes. If we wanted a chance here at even a consolation goal. We need 2 more for penalties, at least. How much extra time is there? 5 minutes? Okay. We're done. This is it. I'm not going to try and pretend that we're not done here. This is it. Yeah, we're finished. That's it. It's not acceptable that we lost like that, guys. Gallagher broke his leg. He's out for the rest of the season, probably for the start of next year too. Well, that's that mostly done now, I guess. That's us done, basically. We now have to get through the rest of this season. I'm going to play my full starting 11 in this game against Leeds because they don't deserve a break. They don't deserve any time off. The only reason we're not playing Conor Gallagher is that he's got a broken leg. So, I mean, that's it, unfortunately. That's the end of our streak of winning at Wolves. We won the Premier League again. We won the Carabao Cup. We won the... what was it called? We won a lot of different things at this club. I think we've done as well as we could. So yeah, we've done as best we could here at Wolves, I think. If I was going to stay here for another year, I might have considered it if we hadn't won the Premier League. But unfortunately, that's just how it is. We lost against Barcelona. I think he's off. Well. Rooney attacks, puts it back into the middle. David has it. David to Ferguson. Ferguson, that one's going to count. 42 goals for Evan Ferguson this year. Good stuff. Oh, Trubin, very nice. Coyote to Shotard. Shotard to David. David tries to pull it into the middle. Moreira's there. He's in space. He shoots. Can't get it in. But Florian has the deflection. He puts it in. Very nice. Nice. Okay. Half time. No one's getting any breaks at this game. We're not. Not got any games left, so I'm just going to play my full starting 11. I'm not going to change anything. Mark Wahey manages to get that header in after a very long amount of airtime from the ball there. But hey, it counts. It's a goal. Very nice. Parked the tank. So I think we have one game left in the Premier League. Yes, we have one game left. So let's take a look at the job market before we do this match and see what next is up, shall we? Shelburne, Firth, Troyes. Troyes would probably be the only one there who's actually in a sort of similar situation as we are. I mean, they've won nothing, basically. Nothing else really there, though. That'd be the only job we'd consider. Teddy's back and fit. Good. We got City last. Right, match against City here. Winning it would put us at 97 points, which would be nice. Losing it takes us at 94. We're still 22 points ahead of the second best team in the league. Honestly, I'm kind of distracted and not really paying attention to this anymore because we only really had one chance to win something that I actually really wanted to win, and that was the Champions League. We didn't do it, so we're going to be moving on to the next thing. which will hopefully be finding a new job. Oh, Santiago's hurt. Well, shit. Oh, transfer spend. We made 114 million in transfer revenue. Well done. Oh, Hertha Berlin has fallen to Bundesliga 2. I wonder if that's a job that's available. No, it's not. Okay, into this. Bristol City in Championship and Pumas in Mexico. Oh, fair enough. PSG and Bayern jobs are available, but I don't want to go to a top team. Fair enough.
Moreira's down and hurt now. Well, that's good. Haaland's down and hurt. Fuck you, Haaland. Nah, I'm just going to leave the squad out there. These guys can just run out the rest of this game. Well, Evans got himself a consolation goal there. Right, that's the end of the Premier League season. Which people got medals for the win. Ferguson has one top goal scorer award with 20 goals. Trubin has gold glove with 14 clean sheets. I am manager of the year. Question: how do you handle a player who wants to leave as they feel they have achieved everything but are old enough and on high wages? Any suggestions? Hang on, let me read that again. Let me really read that again. So, your question is: how do you handle a player who wants to leave as they feel they've achieved everything but are old and on high wages? Just offer them out. Just say to them, hey, all right, willing to say, like, do you want to keep this player? Like, is this player good enough for you to help you win whatever league you're in? Or, like, are they actually a good player? Or are they a player who you're just like, I kind of think that they're okay and they're not really much else? You know? Because, like, if the player's legitimately old and bad and you want to get rid of them, then just be like, okay, you can go now. Like, just tell them, yeah, we'll sell you, and just offer them out. Yeah, essentially what Anto says, if you want to keep him, typically ask them to give you, say to them you're willing to accept a transfer deal of an amount of money. Rarely will that team ever make that amount of money offered against them if they're old and on high wages. And even if they do make that offer, if they're old and on high wages, they might not agree to that transfer in the end. Remember, they still have to actually, make a offer and actually negotiate a contract. So here's the season in review. We won the Premier League. Evan had 20 goals in the Premier League. Champions League, Evan had 15 goals. We got knocked out in the semi-finals by Barcelona. We got knocked out in the fourth round by Aston Villa in the FA Cup. Darwin Nunez, 31, scored 45 goals last season. He's worth 120 million, but I got an offer for 25, accepted it, and the board stopped it. So in that case, I would highly suggest just offering him out at a value and just being like, okay, this is all we can get, really. We made ourselves less money this year because we didn't make it all the way through to the finals. We made more corporate and hospitality money. We made around the same... Actually, we made more competition prize money. Slightly less match day and commercial lineup. Manager of the month, we were manager of the year. Evan was players of the season. He had Alfonso Morea had the most assists. We won the Carabao Cup, the Premier League, and the English Community Shield. We did about as well as we could think. So yeah, that's it really. Hello, Anna. Welcome. Thanks for the follow. He could renegotiate his deal and try to get him down from 400k per week. It means you couldn't sell him. But if he wants to go, your best option is to just try and loan him out or try to just get rid of him for a decent deal. So, I think we've had our... No, sorry, it doesn't happen until there's the actual... Yay, ads. Welcome to ads. LOL. Yeah. Every hour for 3 minutes to stop the stop pre-roll ads. You unfortunately came in at the wrong time. Oh, there's a big expansion, 10,000 seats. So yeah, there's a big stadium expansion at Molyneux, so there'll be another 10,000 seats put in. We must have been hitting our sellout every match or whatever like that for this year. So the Molyneux is going up to 47,000 seats, I think is what that'll put us at the end. Leicester doesn't have a manager, so let's take a look at the jobs center. Ah, there is. We could go to Eintracht Frankfurt, who are in 10th. You could go to Bordeaux. Ooh, we have a couple pretty good options here, guys. Leicester says Premier League, but they are in 20th. They are relegated. Hamburg are also relegated. It would be kind of nice to go to a club like Hamburg, but we could go to Eintracht Frankfurt, and they would basically give us the exact same options, as they have not won anything since the 90s. Sorry, they won the Europa League in 2022. Well, they haven't won anything else, though, have they? They've won a Pokal in 2018. Haven't won a Bundesliga since 1998. What do we think, guys? Do we think Eintracht Frankfurt is a good option for us? They haven't won anything since 2022, and that win was a Europa League. Haven't won any major trophies in Germany. We could go to Fürth, who are in the Bundesliga 2. We could also go to... We can apply then decide when we get the offer. Fair enough. So, I think Bordeaux would be a decent option. They're in France, obviously, which means that we'd have to compete with PSG. But as you can see, all you really need is 20 wins to get into second, and Paris Saint-Germain only got 25 wins. Their players are getting older. Like Donnarumma's 30, Hakimi's 30, Nathan Ake's 34, Vitinha's 29, Mbappe's 30. A lot of their guys are getting older now. They also have Jurgen Klopp as their manager, which is a bit wild. While he's wearing a Liverpool hat in this picture, which is pretty funny. So we can apply anywhere. So Bordeaux were not relegated by a point this year. However, Eintracht Frankfurt finished in 10th, I think, in the Bundesliga. Yeah, they finished in 10th. They were 44 points. Fairly standard looking stuff. What is their previous positions? I assume you're talking about Bordeaux in that case. That'd be going to League One Uber Eats. Past positions. Bordeaux. basically they were actually in relegation zone for a while. They were kind of safe out of it for a bit, but then they lost to PSG and to Nice at the end of the year, which almost got them relegated. Olympique Lyon almost got relegated, but managed to pull themselves out of it at the end of the year. Marseille, basically been the same. Lille, been okay. Rennes, been okay. Nice, bit of a struggle in the middle of the season, but they're okay. Lens have been there the entire time. Monaco have been there the entire time. PSG struggled at the start, but have been at the top of the league ever since. What's Bordeaux's money like? Less than $1 million in wage budget. What about Frankfurt? What's your wage bill? 1.7. And you have some really good state-of-the-art facilities. I'll put it this way, right? Hamburg have the exact same wage bill as Bordeaux, and Bordeaux are in the top league of their team. And Hamburg haven't won anything since before. Well, they won the Bundesliga 2 like 3 years ago in this save. And in order for us to we'd have to get them back up. We have to get them promoted from the Bundesliga 2 into the Bundesliga and then start winning in the Bundesliga. So, Hamburg, very interesting in my mind. Same with Frankfurt. So I think it's between Frankfurt, Hamburg and Bordeaux. I mean, I could go to like Coventry and try to get them promoted, I guess, but that wouldn't really be my deal. That's not really what I'm looking for. I don't want to go to Brazil. I don't want to go to the Spanish second division. I don't want to go to the MLS, so that's Nashville, Real Salt Lake, and St. Louis City. Not on the list. Hamburg would be interesting in a fallen giant way. Yeah, Hamburg used to be one of the best clubs in Germany. June 1st, you'll resign easy. Yeah, we'll go to June 1st. Then we'll resign, and then we'll see. Well, we won't resign June 1st. We'll go to June 1st, and we'll see who's available. You might even be able to loan a player or two from Wolves to help us out in the next year. Also, we could go to Leicester. That would be interesting, but it would mean that we stick in the Premier League, which I'd rather not stick in the Premier League. Hamburg is a nice city too. Hamburg is a nice city as well. Yeah, this is true. We could go to Leicester because they've been relegated this year. They just fired their manager. We could for sure go to Leicester and be like, hey, we want to build this club back up and maybe help it win the league again. But I think it's more fun to go to a different country this time. Go somewhere entirely different. Like, just fuck off to somewhere else across Europe. And the only time we'll ever run into Wolves in that situation is if we end up in, you know, the Premier League. Get out of England, yeah. So Wolves are actually making a lot of money now. They've got themselves 40 million in non-domestic sales. 40 million a season in merchandise. They've made more money from sponsorships. We're making more money from corporate and hospitality. Like, we nearly had another 100 million in winnings this year. So I think as a club, I think Wolves will be fine without us. I think they'll miss us. I think they'll be very sad to see us go. But I do think that they've hit the point now where it's like, okay, we've done everything we can here now, basically. And we should move on to something else. So I'm thinking we go to Hamburg or possibly... sorry, what was the other one again? Frankfurt. Tenerife have been relegated. So there are more clubs losing managers as we go. All I hope doesn't happen is that we get to like June 1st and someone gets hired to Hamburg. Dusseldorf has been relegated as well, which is Fortuna Dusseldorf, the other Dusseldorf team. We have options. We have options ahead of us here. And we'll see what they're like. Personally, I think we have a good few options here. I think Standard Liège just lost their manager as well. Yeah, in the Juniper Pro League. These guys, however, have won quite a few things. Not really. The Croaky Cup, they were runners-up in 2018. They've not won the Pro League since 2008. Standard Liège might be someone who we could go to. It is in Belgium, though, so gotta deal with the waffles and the annoyances out there in Belgium, I suppose. But hey, it's fine. Lazio has just opened up as well, so we can go to Italy, I guess. Everton's won the Conference League. Good on them winning a European competition. So yeah, we're gonna get to June 1st here. I think that's when basically everything switches over and we see a bunch of retirees or possibly a what's the word? Trying to find a word here in my brain. It's gone. More sackings, that sort of stuff. People will leave the clubs that they're at, move to somewhere else. You know. But I think I will take another look here. So, Udinese is in Serie B. Lazio is in Serie A. They finished in 7th last year. They have older players at their club. What's their wage budget like? 1.9 mil. They have no money, so that's a problem. Atletico Pamplona, they were 19th. They've been relegated. So we'll probably leave that until we can actually take a look at it. I'll apply for them now so they don't expire while we go forward. I'm going to apply for the Hamburg job. I'm going to apply for the Frankfurt job. And I'm going to apply for the Lazio job? When's the last time Lazio won something? The Italian Cup in 2019. That's a decade ago now. They won the Conference League in 2026. The second year or third year of its iteration, I believe. Haven't won anything else, though. So, if you're going to Italy, don't work for the Mafia. Well, we'll see. They also have the biggest wage of any job we can apply to right now, I think. 1.9 million. Not going to declare my interest in the job. I'm just going to apply to it. I'm not going to have Wolves be like, oh, why are you considering this? I'm like, well, I'm leaving because I think I've done everything I can here. You know? We're almost at the point here, though. Barcelona won the Champions League. Okay, so we lost to the team that won the Champions League, at least. That's not terrible. That's something for sure. Man City have hired a new manager. We received 20 some odd million, 21 million for that. Ferguson got Golden Boot in the Champions League by 1 goal. Wow. So essentially, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Wolves players, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Barcelona players, and a single player from Borussia Dortmund. You've been offered the Leon job, but the wage is only 975k. I mean, they just got relegated, right? So that's to be expected. Any team I go to here, I'm probably going to end up in a situation where, like, certain things will be very weird to me. Did I just see something about Kidderminster? Pretty sure I did. Kidderminster. So Kidderminster have been promoted to Sky Bet League 2. We'll be seeing how they feel about everything. We're going to get to June 1st here. We're probably going to leave it at that, I'd say. Pep Guardiola's gone to Newcastle after being at AC Milan for a while. If you get a job offer, we will stop the stream there. Time to get off half the team that don't want to play in League 2, yeah. I assume if I go to Hamburg, I'll end up in a situation where it's the same. There's going to be a bunch of players who don't want to be there. Ferguson's won European Player of the Year award. They've won it. He's won it 2 times in a row now. He's beaten out Haaland both times. Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you. We will be finishing up basically in 2 more days when we sim. I'm leaving Wolves with a really good squad with some good money in the bank, with a squad that they can win the Premier League with by a large margin. I think personally that this is probably the best option I could give them. I'll try and bring some staff members with me. So I'll try and bring like our head scout, our technical director, and our assistant manager with us, possibly. We'll see how it goes, if they are willing to come with us, of course. I'm just waiting for the tick over. I think it happens at some point soon here. Barcelona want Antonio Trubin. What do we think, guys? Do we think I should resign from the team now, or do we think I should wait? Anyway, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to save. I'm going to exit the stream. We're going to call it a day. I've been streaming for about 5.5 hours now, which is pretty long. So it's been a good time. We unfortunately lost out in the big situations this year. Resign now. This is when the resigns happen. Okay, cool. I'll resign now. Hang on. Let me do that real quick. So we'll do that before we quit here. Home. My profile, my contract, resign. Wolves manager Michael Redmond has resigned from his position as manager after many years in the job. The Wolves board were quick to pay tributes to their long-serving manager, declaring that whilst they are sad to see him leave, his announcements has given everyone an opportunity to celebrate one of the club's most faithful servants. Wolverhampton Wanderers legend Michael Redmond was born in Wexford on 14 December 1995. He made 20 appearances and scored 2 goals for his country. Redmond, the Euro Sam Challenge winner with Wolves, was surely proved hard to replace considering his wealth of experience and previous track record. He enjoyed great success with Wolves, lifting 2 league titles and winning 8 competitions. 21 points separating them from Arsenal. Wolverhampton has lost 3 of their last 5 matches. Wolves will now be looking for a new manager. Wolves in search for a manager. Jurgen Klopp would be an interesting replacement. Marcelo from Real Betis would be an interesting replacement. And Enzo Marcusha, social feed. Accept. Wow. Sparked a mass exodus. No fewer than 13 staff members have decided to walk. My assistant manager, Anto, has left. And that's it. There's basically Anto was left, and then everyone else is just random people who I don't know. So we're going to save this game as this will be Wolves. This will be Michael Redmond. Neves comes home. We're going to take this away and go. Journey starts here. Resigned. So we are resigned from the Wolves manager position. We have done as best we can, I believe, at this club. We've done as best as we possibly could. We're going to go to the job center here. We're going to declare interest in this job. Declare interest in Hamburg and declare interest in Frankfurt. Is there anyone else new who's popped up there? AC Milan. Ooh. AC Milan haven't won anything in a while. UEFA Youth League they've won. This would be a very good match to go to. Very good team to go to. We'll apply for that job. We'll declare interest. Cool. I think that's basically everything we're going to do today. So guys, sorry, I should have left this already. We're going to call this now. I'll be back tomorrow when we actually decide what team we're going to go to. Right now, however, we're going to rate out to somebody in the same category. There's no one there. We'll rate someone who we're following. If anyone's live. Yeah, we'll jump in on Wolf Machina. They're playing Space Marine 2, playing some multiplayer it looks like. We'll hop on in, we'll say hello. They're a good guy. I've been following them for a while. They're good guys. Say hello to them. It's been a great time today, guys. Unfortunately, we didn't win everything we would have wanted to in the final season with Wolves, but that's just how it is sometimes. It's been great. I'll see you guys tomorrow for more Football Manager. I'll have to get used to not saying Wolverhampton Wanderers at the end of that. See you now, guys. Goodbye.